Okay, we know why we're here. I don't think we need any words of wisdom. We're going to have all sorts of wisdom going here. I think this is kind of an interesting little chart. When I first started, I basically shoved everything through the model. Okay, I kind of worked out my systems and my models, how I wanted to do things, had checklists. And since I didn't really 100% know what I was doing, even from the very first deal, I forced myself to go through all the steps. And luckily I did, because then when I got busy a couple of months later, then I was actually far more efficient because I put it through the model. I worked the system, I worked the steps. So had I not done it on the first one and just kind of winged it, it would have been, I think, a lot more difficult. So in actuality, I was able to breeze through transactions much nicer. So I think it's very important, as they're illustrating to you here, to start with the models, then use your creativity for the fill-in, because no two deals will ever be the same. You're going to run into something new every day. So that's kind of where you get creative, or let's call this your personality, your style, however you'd like to deal with it. So by learning how to do things properly, you become more stable. And that includes putting people in your database. As soon as you meet them and you go out and you get somebody qualified, now let's have them in the database, get them into the touch system, and start working that right from the beginning. Believe me, it'll be a lot easier when you're doing it right now with 11 people than when you end up with 300 people. And that's when you need to be consistent. So basically, these are the 7 steps, which is lead conversion. So taking somebody you met and turning them into an actual client, a pre-listing or pre-listing packet. So getting them out information and having them engage prior to you actually setting foot in the door and doing your listing consultation. Then the actual consultation itself, which very much has as its goal a name on the dotted line and putting you to work. Servicing them, so servicing the listing, marketing the listing. And I think if we get here, we'll be in good shape this morning. And then when Mark Midyet comes in, he'll do the balance. So that's our goal. Whether we achieve it or not, we'll soon find out. Or maybe not within 3 hours, we'll find out. So lead conversion. Let me see. Oh, I guess I should be looking at it here instead of up there. So basically, we're trying to figure out how many of your contacts are going to be motivated to buy or sell, in this case, sell, and converting these leads to appointments, showing out how many of them actually get to become a customer with your skills, and then also developing percentages to show how many of your listing appointments actually turned into a listing contract. And this is something when they talk business planning and when you have your goals and say, I want to make this amount of money next year. So these are all critical numbers. So if you're just kind of winging it and don't know whether you're going to talk to anybody next week or not, you have no real expectation of what can happen other than to depend on, I hope. And of course, there's lots of other percentages and whatnot that'll go into this, practicing your scripts, knowing your dialogues, knowing what works for you, knowing what doesn't work for you. All these things help to increase your chances. So converting to leads. I'm sure have you guys read the MREA, the Millionaire Real Estate Agent? Okay, so you're working on it. Well, this is one of the basic building blocks and one of the first things you're probably introduced to. So raise your hand if you're familiar with this one. Okay, that's almost a hand raise. I got a head nod, so we'll go with that. Basically, what they're trying to show you here is very simple. Is here we have some large number of leads. Okay, no matter how large it may or may not be, and we're going to turn these numbers, these leads, into listings. Okay, once we have listings and we have properties on the market, we're going to leverage those. So this is why they say listers last. Okay, now if you're going to go looking for only buyers and you only want to work with buyers, you have to find a discrete buyer and get the next through referral, correct? Or in some manner, whatever manner you choose of marketing to get them. So let's say I want to work with both, which I always have. Okay. So I want to work with both. So I'm doing something with my database. I'm doing something with meeting people. I'm doing whatever I do in order to get some new buyers, some new people to go out and show them property and get them under contract. The importance this is showing is once you have the listings, to some extent, automatically just having it in the MLS and now on Zillow and Trulia and Realtor.com and all this stuff should bring you more leads. Okay, so you're going to get buyer leads. So almost with doing nothing else, you've just leveraged yourself by having the listing. Does that make sense? Okay, so leverage is doing something that increases the value or the efficiency of something you've done before. In anything you do in your life, that's leveraging yourself. So you get busy enough to hire some buyer's agents and assistant. That's leveraging yourself. Okay. So any insurance agent that's out there getting overrides on previous things that they've sold is leveraging themselves. They're getting some percentage on something that's come before. So why not, in addition to go out and meeting other people to work on buyers, if you have listings, you're going to get more buyers and you'll get some more listings. Okay. So a very simple method of going about it is to do an open house on your listing and go knock on the 10 doors right around that listing and just say, hey, I'm having an open house this weekend on Sunday from 12 to 4. Okay. If you want to, please stop on by, say hi, take a look at the house, compare it to your own, whatever the case may be, enjoy yourself. And they come in and you will get some amount of interest in them potentially listing their property in the future. So you've leveraged yourself off of that listing just by virtue of spending a few hours one afternoon and inviting those 10 people. Now you can knock on 20 doors if you want, but that's a great place to start. Okay, so what we're always looking for is, as you're aware, with anybody, buyer or sellers, it's who wants to buy now, who wants to buy soon or sell soon, who wants to do something at some point in time in the future. So just like the loan officer is pre-qualifying your buyer, okay, you're going to end up pre-qualifying your listing lead. Okay, so are you willing, are you able, are you ready? So part of the able is, are you financially capable? Do you actually own the property? Okay, which sounds like a silly statement, but it's not. Okay, a lot of people talk about what they're going to do, and when you actually look at the deed, they do not have the capacity to sell the property. So that's one of the most important things you can do is immediately when you talk to somebody, take a look, go back, find the deed, see if these people are even on it. And are they ready and motivated to make their decision now? My loan officer friend told me a cute story where he worked with a guy, and he said, when I started, he said, there was this older lady in the office, been around for years, he said, with the booth hairdo, okay, and she sat and she did buku business all the time. So he says, you could tell she was busy, and he said she would refer me some leads. And he goes, wow, he said, this is fantastic, that this lady refers me these leads. How nice of her. So he says after a year, he noticed, she's done whatever, her 60 transactions. He says, I haven't closed anything with these leads she gave me. So he said, I sat there and asked her, what am I doing wrong? What can I do better to get these people to buy? And she says, well, she said, when I talk to people, I ask them, you know, when are you ready to buy? And, oh, we're going to buy. She goes, are you ready to buy now? If I found you the house tomorrow, would you put in an offer on it? Are you ready to buy? No. Are you ready to buy in the next 30 to 60 days? Well, not really. No. So she said, if they're over that, she says, then I give them to you. She said, if you happen to close something, she says, I get a referral fee. And if you don't, she said, I don't have time. So what are you doing? You're capturing, you're connecting with these people, cultivating them as a client, and close the appointment. So you can connect and kind of go right to the appointment. And if they're one of the 30 to 60s or 15 to 45s or whatever they can be, the cultivation refers to your marketing and your touch system, okay, to keep in contact with them. Because if you do that long enough with a lot of people, they are going to reach that point. Some of them never will. But at the same token, what is your secondary reason for keeping in contact with people? Shout them out if you know them. Referrals, correct? You know, when they say, why don't they just say out of every 6 people you market to consistently for a year, you'll do a transaction. Why don't they say that instead of saying what they do when they put it out there is they say 2 out of 12. So why not just say 1 out of 6, right? We've all had elementary algebra. Okay, so out of 12 people, one of them will do a deal with you, the other one will give you a referral. That's what the second is. That's how you go from 1 to 2. Okay, that's why they say 2 out of 12 instead of 1 out of 6. Make sense? So there's lots of different ways you have building business conversation, as they call it. Get an appointment, get a referral, as we just discussed. And the worst thing that can ever happen whenever you're having discussions with people is you're going to strengthen your relationship with them. Remember, whenever somebody thinks of real estate, you want them to think of you. Okay, and that doesn't really come by saying, you know, you're ready to buy, you're ready to sell, you're ready to buy, you're ready to sell. I mean, that annoys them. So you show your value, you show your expertise. When the time comes, a lot of times what some people refer to as kind of a lap deal, where it falls into your lap. It really hasn't fallen into your lap. It's because you've maintained a relationship with people and you've shown them that you have value. And then as soon as they're ready to do something, you're the person they think of. Or you get a phone call out of nowhere with somebody that says, oh, I got referred by, they told me I should be calling you. So the fact that you've done a great job and maintained relationship with the first person is why you got the second person. So it's not luck, and it didn't just fall into your lap. So we want to capture seller leads. Again, connect with them, cultivate them. So we're going to talk about some capture techniques that work. You're connecting with different behavioral styles, pre-qualifying the seller during this capture activity. So they have a lead sheet, which I assume is in your materials. So that's just a sheet that basically is discussing who did you talk to, who are they, you know, what did you do, did you capture them, did you get to do something, and then you start developing some of the percentages that we discussed earlier. They have some 10 classic closes, answering questions and handling objectives. Okay, so since we're in socially distanced COVID land, I think it's a little difficult to hang out with a partner and taking turns practicing pre-listing lead sheet and the scripts from previous pages. Capture, connect, and complete. So basically our goal here in the real play is to get as many appointments as you can. Start dialing with the leads you brought to class. Did anybody bring leads to class? You have people in your cell phone. Use your scripts and pre-listing packets. So these are all things that we're going to try and get to. Cultivation discusses staying in touch with a plan. Okay, the plans are the 8x8, the 33 touch, those types of plans, the stuff that's coming out that Command gives you the ability to do in an automated manner. And you always want to be tracking your lead generation and lead conversion for the reason we have originally discussed, which is to know your numbers. So if I talk to 10 people this year, how many do I expect to get in buyers? How many do I expect to get in sellers? Okay, how many of them am I actually going to convert to a client? How many of the clients am I actually going to convert to a sale? Okay, so if you do 10, your chances are not that great. If you have 1,000 that you're talking to, now your numbers really start to become very important. And if you see that you're weak in an area, like, geez, I'm sitting down in front of people, but I never seem to close anything, or I close 6 out of 10, or 3 out of 10, or 9 out of 10, which is it? So maybe you need to work on this section of your business. If you're generating 100 leads a week, obviously you're doing something very, very well there, okay? But at the end of the month, you don't have any contracts, you're falling down in between. So these are the type of things that identifies for you to say, what should I work on next? What can I improve? So the pre-listing. Pre-listing is a package, a process, a buy-in. Who's buying in? Customers buying in, correct? They're buying into your efforts. So if you have a powerful pre-listing package, its main job is to do the dirty work. Okay, now I'm kind of paraphrasing this a little bit since the right side is blocked off on. All the things that people might object to and things that people need to know about. So part of the job of the pre-listing package is to kind of bind them to you for them to come up with questions that they may have. Okay, we can call them objections, but in reality, they're questions. Okay, they just don't know. They don't know yet. So the pre-listing package can take care of some of that for you. Okay, it's also when we talk about closing later, it could fall into the category of a presumptive close. For one thing, when I first start talking to somebody about doing a listing, I email them a copy of the seller's disclosure. Okay, why do I do that? For one thing, nobody likes to do it. It takes them forever. They make mistakes. Okay, and for another thing, it shows when they're filling this out that they're beginning to engage with you. Okay, oh, I did that. And I'll tell them, don't sign or date it yet. Just work on it because it takes a while, especially if your property's a little older. You know, you live in the house and these will give you questions to jog your memory on some issue that may or may not be in the house because we need to disclose that. When they start going through this, said, give me a call with any questions. I can't do it for you, but I can certainly tell you possibly where to look for an answer or whatever the case may be. So now they're calling you, you're talking to them, they're engaging with you. Okay, obviously they have some thought in the back of their mind, no matter how mild or gentle it is, that, gee, I'm going to list with this gal. Okay, I've already started filling out the paperwork. They're answering questions, and then they're, like I said, engaging in you. So presumptive closes and trial closes are things like getting somebody to say yes. Okay, asking them questions, they say yes. So if you think about it, if you say yes 37 different times in a row for little things, by the time it comes up to the big yes, they're already being conditioned to say yes. There's an old joke that says, it goes and it asks people to spell 10, how many words are in 10, say 10, and they're basically, you go through 10 different questions, and the answer of all of them is 10. And at the end, you say, what is aluminum can made out of? And 99 out of 100 of them will say 10. You go, no, it's made out of aluminum. They're just so used to saying 10 that they say 10. What's in a pre-listing package? Objections on price recommendation. certain things, your value proposition speaks to things you do. So your value proposition, what is that? What do I bring to the table? Okay, and in my case, I can say 18 years of experience. Okay, my background in corporate negotiation when I was in corporate purchasing, working for my family business where I spent all day buying and selling and doing the strategic marketing for our business. So all these things are things that I bring to the table. Okay, now there's certain things that you're going to bring to the table. You know, what's your expertise? What's something that you'll love? Something that you'll love to do. When you start going through these things, this becomes your value proposition. It's like, as they call it, an elevator speech. If you meet somebody in an elevator, you know, typically if they're in some sort of sales or marketing and you say, what do you do? You know, what do you do for a living? And they have basically a 14-word answer. Some people, you walk away, they go, well, you know, I do this, I do that. Some people, you walk away and you have no idea what they actually do, because they're so vague, or they've attempted to build it up and puff it to such an extent that it's unrecognizable. So you should have something in your mind that when somebody asks you, what do? You can tell them, okay? And it also is supposed to draw them in. So it's more than I'm a realtor, okay? I'm a real estate consultant. And if they have to ask, what's that? I mean, if I want to list my property, do you know a good real estate agent that I can call? Oh, well, I can do that. Oh, I thought you were a consultant. So you should have an answer to that. If you say, I'm a real estate consultant, you should have enough. I not only blah, blah, blah. Okay, I drill down deep to find out exactly what your needs are. And then I do that. Okay, that's what I do. So, and that ties in with your value proposition. It's your unique selling proposition, features and benefits you bring, your professional and personal background, education, special interests, talent and skills. You know, anything that you've done in your life, if you're over the age of 18, you pretty much have developed some skills at something that's meaningful. So I'm just reminded of the Big Bang Theory. If any of you watch that, where Penny's old boyfriend offers her a job. Their company makes menus for restaurants. She says, oh, well, I'm in sales. Okay, I've been in pharmaceutical sales, and I was a waitress in the restaurant. So she says, I have experience in this. So, you know, she had it covered from both ends. Of course, it didn't work out, but major points. Aha, the one thing. Somehow it seems like we're going through this far faster than when I had done last night. So maybe we'll have to come back. I read through this last night and it took me a lot longer to do this than I am now, right now. Okay, 5 strategies for great listing. Know your scripts and materials. I think that that's available on a daily basis. Somebody's always putting out something to help you out with that. Understand the market. The MLS puts out a lot of data. I generate my own that I've done since I've been here. But you know, you need to understand. You need to know your numbers. Okay, I have a little thing that I do with referrals when I'm referring somebody, and typically they go, oh, there's a neighborhood expert. Okay, well, obviously I prefer if they used the person I'm referring, correct? So I said, hey, that's fantastic. And so what would you have, any advice on what I do when I talk to this person? I said, sure. I said, just ask them a couple questions. Ask them, where is your market right now? And I said, you're looking for something besides good, you know, good, bad, or indifferent. And I said, they should be able to tell you numbers. Okay, we have 4.6 months worth of listing inventory out there. That's the way they should be able to answer the question. Okay, say, where was your market during the last 6 months, the last year, year and a half? They should be able to answer the question the same way. And then ask them, where do you see it going? Where is it going? And they should be able to answer you with numbers. And I said, if they say, based on my experience, I said, just run. I said, they're just sending you pieces of paper in the mail to say, call me, call me, call me, call me, call me. Doesn't really mean that they know much of anything about that market. It's just the fact that they're ingrained in the neighborhood, and that's what they depend on. So I said, even if they say, per my experience, we're here, we're going there, and we're doing this, say, oh, okay, well, how much inventory do we have? I said, just keep it back, just keep bringing it back to that question. I said, if they can't answer that question, run. I said, seriously, because you're going to be looking at probably, they're going to overquote you on basically what your house is worth. After it sits on the market for a few months, then they're going to come back looking for reductions. And I said, in the meantime, you gave them the listing because of their vast experience. They're a neighborhood expert, and they gave you a number that made you happy. 549, yeah, that makes me pretty happy. Gee, I thought that we could have been somewhere around 400 grand. But, this guy's up at 5.5. This is fantastic. And I said, and then just think of where you're going to be when you missed all your initial buyers that you should have taken advantage of. And now you're talking about reducing the property. And you're probably going to reduce it. You're thinking 5, 6, 10 grand. Then when they tell you 45 because they don't want to tell you 75, now you're in trouble. So that's why you try and understand that market. Use communication techniques that build reports. Be a consultant, not just an agent, and build an appointment toolkit. Appointment toolkit is just a series of information and packages that you have available on a moment's notice on a daily basis. So this is what you're going to do every time. Yes.
Just going back to where you were giving the numbers for the market and all that, where can I find that?
The MLS publishes something every month. They publish it every month, so that's the quickest and easiest way to do it. And then RASM, they send that out also every month. Okay, with explanation and such things. So, we're more concerned with Sarasota, Bradenton, and Manatee County. And that's what you'll get from RASM. So there are specific numbers and some really good stuff that's not obviously available, like how long, what's the average time to contract, what's the average, or what's the average on the difference between the median price and the median sales price. Right now, the other day it was 98.2 in Sarasota for singles and 98.4 in Manatee County from the November numbers. So that's fast. Certainly a lot of that has to do with the COVID situation. Listings being taken off the market or never brought on, and you have the buyers and basically the inventory is so low that it's like 5 weeks. So you haven't seen that since 2005 is the last time that you saw numbers like that. So that means basically nothing's there. Very little being offered. Okay, so yeah, that's there. And I'm not sure anymore how long they archive, but it's archived too for a couple of years. So you can go back and look at a couple of years. When I first got here, I took what they had, and then I got here in 2006. I think I was able to go back to 2004 that they had archived. And then I just made an Excel spreadsheet, and I've kept that information ever since. So I can go back, to the peaks and valleys and show people. So that's good, because most of them are going to need you to explain it. Some of them will just take something out of the woodwork and January of 2000. Though this indicates to me, and you say, well, you need to be looking at trends. Okay, things can get skewed. a big sale, a lack of small, whatever the case may be. So it doesn't mean the property went up 37% last month. No. Okay, 10 steps to mastering the consultation, confirming it, adopting a yes mindset, which basically is talking about the fact that you're assuming that you're going to get the listing. As they say, this is my listing if I want it. Okay, there's a lot of cases that you may not want it. I'll give you 4%. No, I don't want it. Okay, or you do want it. That's entirely up to you. Okay, everything's selling for 350. Let's try it at 500. I mean, maybe no, I don't want it. So, all listings are not created equal, okay? You're going to enter and tour the home, begin the conversation, uncover and prioritize their needs. Check for their commitment again, handling their objections, set their expectations. That's very, very important to set expectations. If you sit there and work through them and show them that the property should close between 400 and 430,000, and you agree to take the listing for 479, you have to make sure that their expectations are such that this property is most likely not going to go anywhere. Okay, we're going to have to reduce. If you want to be out of here in 6 months and you're going to reduce it 5,000 at a time, it could be here for the next 2 years. Okay, or wait till the market catches up, one of the two. So you need to set their expectations, because people believe, and I'm not saying that they don't have the right to do so. If you say somewhere between 4 and 4.25, and they talk you into signing on the dotted line for 479, what's in their mind? And your mind is, I have to take 479 and I'll just have to lower it later, or I'm not going to get the listing. Okay, and their mind is, well, they come in there and they wanted a quick sale to make a quick buck. They're willing to take a little less money to get paid next month. That's what's in their mind. Luckily, we negotiated with this person and we got them to agree to see the proper listing price, and they agreed. So now when you come back and it doesn't sell and you say, well, we need to get it down under 450. In reality, you told them 4 and 4.25. So now you at least need to get them, say, I get it to 449. Maybe something will happen. I mean, when you go to have that conversation, is there any reason why they wouldn't be resistant? You signed for 479. Why do you want to lower it? You said 479 was okay. So you have to be able to have a method of going back to them and saying, no, 475 was your number. I gave you the expectation that this is where it would sell for, and we did not list it for that. And we discussed what's going to happen. Lack of showings, no offers, excess market age, negative perception in the marketplace. So that's now where we are. Do we want to correct that, or do we want to continue to, be on the market, not in the market? Which would you prefer? So, I mean, there's a number of ways of doing that. I have a little paper that says that agent suggested this, put in a number, customer decided that, put in the number. So this can result in, as I just discussed, and signs. And then when they said, no, you agreed to it, and say, well, this is what I agreed to. Well, that's one way of doing it. Negotiating to resolve the issues, as we just talked there, and eventually go to the closing table. So the consultation follow-up is that you won. So, which means that you got the listing. So you say thank you and you start servicing it, which is taking pictures. If you haven't done it already, put in your marketing materials together, put it out into the MLS, hanging a lockbox sign showing the property. Okay. you'll win the next one. So a deferred or a postponed listing, which could happen. So you're taking the listing, but you're not putting it on the market right now. You know, they're painting the outside, they're taking a bunch of stuff and throwing it into storage and deciding on what the follow-up may be. Some things, you know what? I gotta find Susan for a second. Because this is, so it took me longer to read this last night than it took me to.
And sometimes I'm like, it just seems not that it's easy, but it just seems like a lot less busy. I want to, I don't know. But it really. Yeah, I'm doing an open house on Saturday.
Hey, Susan's coming over. I get the impression I'm looking at a. Yeah, I mean, we should have had all sorts of dialogues and whatnot by now. And so obviously I'm on some sort of different set of informations than I was planning on. So any questions so far? You know, obviously this is one of the most important things is going through some of the objection handling. And remember, they're not objections, they're just questions. They say no is not no, no is not now. So it may take you a moment to get to yes, which is not a problem. I'm sure we've all achieved things in life that you started off with a negative beginning. Okay, not negative experience necessarily, but the answer was nah. I don't think so. So, but eventually you get it talked around and you get where you need to be.
I know I have to work on my script.
Mm-hmm.
It's, I feel that I'm not there for the seller side. Work in progress.
It's hard for both. It's hard for both, and it's just practice. It's just practice to where it's internalized. Biggest mistake that I see people make is that they immediately change it. I mean, they have little experience and they immediately change the scripts and the dialogues because they don't like it. They're not comfortable with it. And I'll give you an example. I mean, first time I took Bold some years ago, they gave you a little script to use. So they said, go out, and I forgot, 20 minutes or whatever. Oh, call people. Okay, use the following script. And he said, use it exactly. He said, exactly. Don't change it. Okay. And it basically went something like, hi, this is Gary Drumsky from Keller Williams. And let me see, we're having a contest. And the contest is as to how many referrals that I can get, okay, within the next week's period of time. So I thought of calling you. Okay, do you know anybody that needs to buy or sell in the next 30 days? So let's say that was generally what the script was. So I said, okay, goes then keep track of them and you come in and then we're gonna, talk about how many you got. And they were totaling it up. And I walk out and the first thing I heard was this woman say, well, they, I'm sorry I had to call you. Okay, they gave us, I'm in this class and they gave us this exercise where we're supposed to call people and they gave us a script. And, how are you doing? And she's going through all this and she never even really asked, whether you had anybody to refer to or not, or, is there any business out there? That may have been the most obvious thing she said. And I'm thinking, my God, if you can't get through this, just try it. And, and somebody brought it up. They said, well, okay, this is fine for one shot, but, what happens, what do I do next month or the month after? And he said, oh God, he says, you have a contest once a quarter. And he goes, well, doesn't that get old? And he goes, no, he says, they forgot about it right off. He goes, you get an answer, maybe you don't get an answer. He goes, they forgot about it. He goes, next quarter, you give them a call and you have another contest. So, but the thing is there was people getting referrals. They were getting people to talk to. I had one person says, I do, I think. He goes, but let me call. I had sold their house. I had moved out of state. She said, I'll call you back. She called me back the next day and said, here you go. So, she thought about it. But not if I say, hey, how you doing? How are the dogs? Is Rich still okay? Is he doing good? Fantastic. What are you doing for Christmas? Okay, just thought I'd keep in touch. It just didn't do anything. I found 6 people out of 10 were doing something different. Not even the first time. They couldn't get past that. They changed it. There's an example in here where they talk and they give you the example. This is what the word is for. The word's for this, the word's for that. And that's why they were given the words. So, yeah. Yeah, maybe I should have just gone to, instead of the PowerPoint, should have just used your, where are those? Oh, she'll be here in a second. So I know how much fun you're having, so we want to make sure that you get full benefit of fun.
Like I do like this, and it looks like it's off, but when it moves it,
Yeah, you have the logos. So you want like, no, here's off. The little button on top. So that's on vibrate now.
okay, good, perfect.
Yeah, don't forget that, yeah, because sometimes it won't ring, so yeah, you have to select the little button.
Oh.
It's just
Did you get the
important.
newest one? No, this one, is the
11,
before
the
11
11.
Pro, yeah. I was all the way down.
Yeah, it's just a little toggle on the side. Yeah, sometimes I forget that, and then you have to turn off because you can't really hear it.
Yeah, I think this is what we more want to do. So I apologize, but we're gonna have to go back a little bit here. So I know there was a number of things that I really wanted to discuss that were, okay. Yeah, we're going way back. Okay, there's a lot of, this we kind of discussed a little bit, talking about your mindset, different types of people, the prisoner. They don't engage, they spend class time catching up on emails, spending time in the hall on their phone. So I think you've probably all been on classes where they do that. They're immediately, oh, I have to make a phone call. Okay, vacationer, as they say, a day in training is better than a day on the job. And most of this is due to discomfort, correct? I'm afraid to call somebody. I don't want to do this. I don't want to do that. They just don't want to do it. I just flipped over to their materials, okay, because the PowerPoint is really just an You know, I haven't memorized all 173 pages, so I wasn't.
That's okay.
So yeah, I just went to this.
Okay, so make sure that we don't miss anything from that part.
Yes,
Okay. So you got this content, you're in good shape?
yes.
I love it.
I think maybe the other people, are they still there? There's a name. Okay, good.
All right, good job. All right.
No problem. Yes, thanks to your
I knew you couldn't handle it.
initial indoctrination. I'm good. You know, the explorer is the person that's actually here to learn to do something, to accomplish something. So they're getting in there and internalizing. I took the broker's course up north in Pennsylvania. I go, my God, you know, this says the brokers. You can go through the broker's course instead of just the licensee's course in Pennsylvania to go to Florida. Yeah, the guy's from Newport Richey. So he sits there the first day. He says, class starts at 8. He goes, door is locked at 8. He said, I don't care whether you had problems this morning or whether there was something going on the freeway. He said, if I look later and find out that there was an accident, okay, that shut down the turnpike, maybe. He said, but other than that, he said, I'm here, get here. Get here at 8 o'clock, turn your phone off, you sit here and listen. You go home at the end of the day, then you do whatever you want. And he said, I will lock the door. And he goes, and don't bang on it, I won't let you in. He said, just isn't gonna happen. And he said, number 2, he says, I don't care how they do it in Pennsylvania. He said, if you want to take the Pennsylvania broker's course, go take the Pennsylvania broker's course. This is Florida. We're going to discuss Florida. He goes, don't care how they do it. Here, he goes, don't care. And sure enough, I mean, the second day, somebody's banging on the door at 10 after 8, and he goes, goodbye. You know, she bangs on the door again. He opened it long enough to say, please leave. He said, I told you this yesterday. Well, I had this, there was traffic. He goes, please leave. You know, his rules. You sit there and you engage. Here's the rules. There was only those 2. Show up on time and don't tell me about the law in Pennsylvania. Don't care. That's it. 2 rules. That's it. No more. But, you know, some element people couldn't manage to do that. Kind of sad, but true. Oh, okay.
I'm gonna share the screen so that you can see this part.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry.
No, you didn't know. That's okay.
Yeah, there's lots of things that I don't know.
Thank you. Hi,
But
guys.
at least I admit it.
You do. You're doing.
I'll find the answer for you. Please do that. If you don't know, I'll get you the answer.
All right, guys. There you go.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
You can say what I know. Say, I know many things, but I don't know everything. So I will get you the answer. And go get them the answer instead of BSing them. No, forgetting about the really terrible fact that you could make a horrible mistake that it would cost people time and or money. But you know, the fact that they'll just accept it. And I talked to a woman last night, and it's very unique situation. I said, oh, let me make a couple of phone calls and I'll get you the answer. Because I said, I literally am not positive. I think this is the answer, but I'm not sure. I said, let me find out. So, you know, when we were talking about the numbers before, so here's what you really want to be doing. You find out how many contacts you make a week. Okay. Now, whether you say something to the cashier at Publix, if you make any real estate oriented discussion with them at all, hand them a card. Okay, it's a contact. Okay, you've made a contact. Now, second question is how many of those meet your definition of a lead? Okay, so when you hand somebody your card and say, hey, you know, if you ever need something, give me a call and walk away. Now, do you consider that a lead? Okay, I would say no, it's not a lead. Now, if they have, oh, you're a realtor, really? Oh, cool. You know, that's neat. And they have some conversation with them about putting them in your database. And there's lots of ways to do that. And that's not a discussion for here right now. but you need to find something quick about doing that. You can always ask, would you find it interesting to know what property is currently selling for with similar houses in your neighborhood? They yes, they say no. You say, oh, okay. If you ever change your mind or you need some of that information, you have my card, please give me a call. Okay, I send out information, relevant information to the real estate market from time to time. Would you like to be on my mailing list? Okay, it's just an email list. I send market data. Okay, yes, no. And if they say yes, then start to get their information. I mean, now they're becoming a lead. The more you get, if they go no, 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 say, have a splendid day, have a splendorous day. You know, make 2021 be far better than 2020. Shouldn't be a big challenge. And walk away. You know, some of them are going to happen. Some of them are going to take your card and go. Some of them are going to call you. Okay, or give you their info.
When we do like Facebook ads and then you get the lead, is that okay to send them email with information? Like if they're looking at a property, they had an open house.
Mm-hmm.
Would it be okay to send an email
I would try and engage with them a little bit.
before sending the email?
Yeah. Well, I mean, you could send them an email if they've left their information specifically for you. Say, hey, thanks for checking out my listing at 123 Main Street. Okay. Are there any further questions I can answer for you? Please give me a yell. Now, when you do something like that, it's, you know, innocuous. It's very, very gentle. Now, if they start to engage, now you can start in with, is there, do you like this property, or is there, would you be preferring to look at something else? You know, and if they start engaging, now you're getting there. Okay. But certainly if they sit there and looked at the property and they left their email or a phone number, what you'll find is a lot of this stuff is false. Okay, it's a bad email. But as any, in my experience, it's somewhere around 3 of them out of 100 are relevant. Okay, maybe 1 out of those 3 is somewhere on the timeline between now and a year from now. Okay, you don't know until you start to engage with them. Yeah, it's very small. It's very small. I think they give you data of 8 or 9 out of 100 are going to do something or are a valid lead, but not in my experience. It's 8 or 9 out of them would be a big number to say that they're valid. And a lot of them are, they're just putzing or they have an agent and they don't want to tell you. Okay, because then they figure you'll shut off the information pipeline. So they don't tell you about that. And, but you drill down, about 1 out of 100 is an actual lead. But that's okay.
So it's not even worth it then?
Well, sure it is. If you get to the point where you get 10,000 a month, okay, then it is. 1 out of 100 is a big number, right? And then you start developing these numbers. That's just one of your methods. Okay, that's just one of your methods. So you got Facebook, you have emails you send out to people you know, you have direct mail you send out, you have phone calls that you make, you pass your cards out wherever you see them. I mean, very simple. First of all, anywhere you go, somebody's helping you, right? You go to the grocery store, say, hey, what aisle is Cheerios in? Aisle number 4. Say, hey, thanks very much. I appreciate it. First of all, nobody ever says that. And when they go, hey, you're welcome. You say, if there's anything that I can ever help you or a family member out in the real estate arena, please feel free to give me a call. Okay, some of them will go, and some of them will take your card and say, hey, thanks. Okay. So, but everybody helps you, right? If you think of it that way, they're all helping you. You buy a piece of pizza, she helped you out, right? Somebody made it. She helped you out. She was a waitress. She delivered it. Everybody's helping you out. So it's an opportunity for you to say pretty much what I just said. Hey, thanks very much. If I can ever help you, a friend or a family member out with a real estate transaction, please give me a call. Now, if they start to engage, then you can go into, I have a service where I send out real estate information on a monthly basis? Would you like to be on my email list to receive this? This is specific market information? Yes, no. And you go down the line, you know, and you can develop these numbers. Out of every 100 cards that I give out, you'll know. Okay. I mean, when we had our family business, we said every time we pick up the phone, it's worth $85. Okay. Now that was an average. Some people that weren't ready to do anything. Some people were. So, but if you picked up the phone and we kept, you know, made 60 phone calls today or 40 phone calls, whatever the case may be, we sold this much and invoiced this much per day. Now you know how much a phone call is worth, right? A phone call is worth that much. It's worth 85 bucks. Every time I pick up the phone, it's worth 85 bucks. So should I call 41 today or 39? Guess I should call 41, right? If I have them, you know, is that motivated to get more customers? The more I have, I mean, I can't call 100 a day. I could, but if I only have 400, by Thursday, I'm out of people, right? So, you know, some people say, hey, give me a lot of people we call like every 2 weeks. Okay. So obviously I can only call so many a day. I can't take next week and put it into today. Okay. It's cheating and they don't really want to hear from me today. I sold them something, let them use it so that they need more, correct? So, however, what can I do? Get more people, right? Get more customers. Now that I got more customers, then I can start, instead of calling 20 a day, I can call 25 a day, and then 30 a day, and then 40 a day. And it's still $85 a call. That's still probably going to be a pretty valid number. But if I call double the amount of people, instead of $4,800 a day in invoicing, now I'm up to almost 10,000, right? So that's how I've increased my business, by throwing more marbles in the top of the funnel. So how many of them meet your definition of a lead? So that's what a lead's somebody that's going to do something at some point in time, okay, or go into your database or give you a referral. How many of these leads become appointments? If you did this 1,000 times, you would have a good idea. You would have a number, okay? 17%, whatever the case may be. You would know. You just sit there and use your calc, 17%. That's how many become appointments. How many appointments sign listing contracts? We're talking about sellers, okay? In actual practice, we're gonna say buyers and sellers. How many buyers signed either an agreement to work with me or signed a contract to buy a piece of property, or somebody signed a listing contract? But since we're talking about sellers, we're only worried about that today. Okay, and then what does this represent? Contacts to lead shows how many of your contacts are motivated leads. Okay. Lead to appointment conversion shows how many of your leads become appointments. Appointments to listing conversion shows how many of your appointments signed listing contracts. So basically, you know, if you want to sell so many per month, then you have to have so many appointments per week. And then you can expect to get somebody to actually sign to do something so many times per week, right? I mean, it's just math. If you talk to nobody, the number is 0. Believe me, if you talk to 10 a day, specifically, by the end of 6 months to a year, you're going to have some very serious numbers sitting there, and then be able to identify some of the things that we're discussing. Okay. Well, the nice thing is about the PowerPoint that we did is we took a lot of the general over the top stuff, so now we can go back and drill down a little further. Oh, okay. Oh, so this is what we were talking about. What's an A lead? Able, ready, and willing to do business in 0 to 10 days. Okay, and a buyer, this would say, yeah, you know, set me up a search. Let's go see something. Okay, and a seller, it's somebody that says, I need to put my property on the market. Okay, so I need to get going. So a B lead is somebody willing in 15 to 60 days. Okay, and they tell you, you know, what your action should be. You should be following up with A leads daily. If you're looking for an appointment, okay, before they go to the grocery store and walk into some Yahoo that says, hey, thanks very much for pulling that card out for me. I really appreciate it. Okay. Can I do something for you in the event you ever blah, 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 blah? And they take the guy's card and they go, wow, wasn't that kind of cool? So you don't want that to happen. So you need to be there first. Because those people are out there. They're doing this. Okay, B leads. Put them into your database and call them every 2 to 3 days or at least once a week. Okay, so they're moving pretty quick. It could be a couple of weeks from now, it could be a couple of months from now, but they're gonna do it. And it's happening pretty soon. A C lead, they're talking about 61 days or more. So put them in your database and call them monthly. So they're probably, if they say 2 months, it's probably 6, but no, who knows? The same token, it could end up being 45 because their circumstances change. So again, that's why we're keeping contact with them. So they keep thinking of us. And at the same token, if we happen to hit them at the right moment, bang, they jump right then. Okay, obviously, as we just discussed, if you have 1,000 a week versus 1 a month, you're gonna obviously do better. So the high production listing agents are constantly practicing high productive lead generation. They feed it, they organize it, and they grow it daily. Okay, when we first got started up there, we used to have a goal of giving out 5 cards every day. Okay, and so they said just make it to 25 a week. Don't stress yourself out too far. Of course, some people are going to do more, but if you fall down, because what was normally what was going to happen? You do run across a buyer and you start working and you go, wow, this is actual money. I don't have to give out 5 cards today because I was busy with the buyer. I was asking questions, printing out MLS sheets, making appointments. I was too busy with more important stuff. So next week comes and they gave out 6 cards last week. Then this week comes and now they're negotiating. Well, I don't have time. This is far more important. So what happens? This gets shunted off to the side. Okay. So fine. If you were that busy all week long, I guess you have to do 19 on the weekend. Okay. That's 9 one day, 10 the other, or do them all in one day. Okay. Just get out there. I mean, I used to go up there, I'd go to the mall and just start window shopping. You know, it was either going to be sporting goods, pets, okay, or some nice shoes I like. And, you know, so you go in and start visiting these places, talk to the salesperson and do this, do that, and gives you the opportunity to converse with them and give them a card. So I was going to get my 19 on that weekend, no matter what. So you can do that in a couple of hours. Go to the mall. Well, maybe not right now. Right now, you might have to really strive to do it on a regular basis because it's a little harder. Okay, what are some things that you don't want to do? Rely solely on the internet to feed them leads. Okay, change or add methods of lead generation randomly. So I don't like that. That makes me uncomfortable. I'm going to change it. Wait for the number of needs they need to hit their goal. So that means you're not proactive, you're reactive, and just blow off the follow-up. And you just don't want to do that. At the very least, you can say, whenever I send anybody anything, I give them a call and say, did you get it? Okay. I do that in my business no matter what. You know, I send something an agent, I'll call, I'll say, please verify that you received this. If they don't, I call them, did you get it? Because sometimes things don't go through. They don't. They get lost somewhere, or they mistakenly deleted it, or they lie to you. Okay, hate to say it, but people do lie. So rather than let them lie later and say, I never got it, I say, did you get it? Okay, I always want to know that. And when you send me something, I said, got it, thank you. Send you a note so that you know I got it. That's all. I had a friend who was a lawyer and a customer that he said, don't send me a paragraph. He goes, don't make it. He goes, just say, got it. He goes, that's all I need. Got it. So he was the same way. Just tell me you got it. That's all. Not a big deal. Okay, be quick when you respond to the opportunities. Capture their valid and complete contact info. Try and determine their motivation. Convert them to an appointment. Get them pre-listing package. Move them into your touch database. So everybody, when you have this little qualification conversation with them, you're going to get an idea where they are. And this is where I'm going to put them. They're never going to do it, you know, right now they have no motivation to do anything. However, you know, they're reactive to you. They seem to like you, respect you, perceive that you're competent. So at the very least, you get them into your database, okay, and keep them. And they could fall out of the woodwork or give you and I'll tell you, quick little thing. I'm working with this woman. It's so complicated to even tell you how I got involved, but haven't even listed her house yet. But I've helped her a lot with this stuff. She's inheriting the property, needed all sorts of problems. She had a friend, she goes, would you? I mean, her aunt died, there's all this stuff in the house, in boxes. There was a silver tea set that was supposed to go to a cousin. She goes, could you see if you could find that before the estate people grab it and it's sold and it's gone? I said, yeah, sure, absolutely. So I find the stuff, grab it. And then I get some pictures. In the meantime, her aunt dies, the movers are coming. She has a friend down here. She's up in Virginia. You know, let me put you in touch with the friend. And she goes, maybe you can give all this stuff to her. And then she takes it up to meet the movers. They'll box it up and send it with everything else up here. I said, great. Wow, that's easy for everybody. So I call her and I mean, oh God, I just go, wow, what arrogance. You know? She starts off, well, I have a narrow window of opportunity tomorrow where you can, you know, we can do this and that. And I said, well, sure. I said, oh, you know, I said, now let me stop you just a second. I said, I'm leaving at the house at 10 o'clock tomorrow. I said, I'll be lucky to be home by 6. So I said, tomorrow's out. And I said, I have all afternoon today, you know, or at least lots of opportunities where I can get together. First thing in the morning tomorrow, no, we can meet over at the house. Oh, you mean the house up there? Yes. Well, I live in South Sarasota. I knew her address because the other one gave it to me. She's not in South Sarasota. Okay, she's in Northern Sarasota, but that's okay. I don't know. Maybe it's more important to be in South Sarasota. So she says, then she says, well, I said, well, I can meet you halfway. You know, I said, I live a little bit above University, okay, and west of the freeway. And she says, well, I have no idea where that could possibly be. Okay, and I said, well, I could make some suggestions, you know, blah, blah. Well, I'll call you back at 2:30. I said, okay, so she never calls me back. The other one sends me a text, okay, that she wants me to work it out. So I said, okay, I'll work it out with you, not a problem. So that's my initial impression of this woman. Wait, I'm not getting paid anything for this, you know. You want me? She goes, you can drive it to my house. And I said, well, no, I really can't. You know, no. And so I'm thinking, wow, what incredible arrogance. But no, I don't say anything to anybody. Last night when I'm talking with the original lady, she says, oh, by the way, you know, this other woman and her husband, you know, think that what they had come up and looked at the house, she had sent them a key. And they said they think that what you've done with this house is incredible. And so they're aware of everything you've done for me. And she said, believe me, they know a lot of people. And she said, you're going to be getting phone calls. I'm thinking, you know, once again, it's just keep everything positive, and you never know what's gonna come out of it. So, you know, just always ask the question, and which I always have that, you know, just a quick discussion with it. So here's some little lead capture things. Okay, you're Seller residence is the person or family living, just reload, job reload seller. And we don't have a huge amount of that here, but I'm sure there's some. I'm sure that, you know, Tropicana and people like that have some. Okay, you know, you can win the listing. What they're talking about, there's more things besides getting the listing, right? You can get the listing, you can become the listing agent for the reload company. When I was up in the Philadelphia region, we had Merck Sharp and Dome up there who had 60,000 employees in one spot in our county. Okay, so everybody wanted to be on their reload list because they can't, almost every white collar person that worked for Merck anywhere in the world rotated through there for a few years. You ended up there. You were an engineer, managers, they ended up there, chemists. So there was constant, you know, people that made it, you know, at that time, 80 to 150,000 a year rotating through there. What was the negative? They demanded a 35% referral fee. So if you wanted on their list, they took 35% of your commission. But at the same token, you had a steady stream of people. I mean, I know a couple people that made a living basically just on that, you know. And no, not all of them are the same way. Not all of them are that kind of a big number, but Merck was able to demand it. You know, you can refer the seller to an agent in the new location. Always have that be part. Remember, part of your conversation is always, if somebody wants to sell their house, great, where are you going? You know, what are you doing? Oh, we're downsizing, we're upsizing, we're moving to Kentucky. Okay, so if they're staying in the area, it's what are you moving to? You know, have you started your search yet, or you know, what can I do to help you? And you get that involved, and maybe you get the buyer. So now if they're going to Kentucky, you say, where are you going in Kentucky? Oh, we're going here. It said, you know, have you started your search up there? No, not yet. You know, we were thinking we're going to stay with my parents for about 6 months, find a house. You know, would it have benefit to you if I could refer you to a great agent in that region that specializes in those areas? You know, yes, no, maybe so. So we'll say, hey, I don't specifically know anybody, but I can call the team leader up there, call the office manager, get a couple of people, I'll interview them for you, okay? And ask them the questions that would benefit you to ask, and give you a couple of people to talk to. You pick one and they'll work with you just like that. And then you have somebody who's a real pro. "10 days of pain." I can't go through all of this, but you know, read through it. They give you specific things to do. So, you know, as you'll hear the conversation on a constant basis, don't reinvent the wheel. Somebody's already done it. So that's what they call modeling. If you see somebody's really good at doing something, you say, hey, what are you doing? Can you tell me? So it's either in this type of material, it's in the book, it's somebody out there who's doing it, and you can talk to somebody. I mean, later on, if you have a great idea, that's fantastic. Okay, but if you don't have any ideas on what to do, here it is, right off the bat. You don't need to invent something. Okay, when you're connecting with people, your goal is not only to be working in the future for them, but always provide them value. That's why why the scripts are so important, because lots of people have the misimpression that you go out and say, I mean, I had a friend up north one time, and he goes, oh, you're a realtor now? And he says, oh my God, he goes, they must run when they see you coming. And I said, really, Bob, why is that? He goes, well, you know, out there trying to make money off of people. And I said, oh, I said, isn't that interesting? So I said, you know, I just came here to see you. I haven't seen you. Okay, let's just sit here and have a beer and shoot the breeze. There were lots of things that came to my mind, but I just kind of blew it off, have a couple of beers. You know, like a year later, he calls me. They're looking to buy a house, but I help them out. you know. So and I said, let me ask you something. I said, you remember our last conversation? I said, did you see me coming down the street? He says, no, I don't know what you mean. And I said, well, I didn't want to make you run. So then he laughed. So I said, what did we do? I said, we talk every 6 weeks or so. And I said, and I'm just here when you need me. And I said, you called me and said, now I need something. So I said, you're not running at all, are you? I said, you gave me a call to ask me to help. I said, which I'm proud to do. And he goes, maybe I shouldn't have said that. And I said, well, I got a couple free beers out of you. So I said, I was cool with it. I felt like saying, but I didn't. You know, and by not arguing with him, kept it in a positive frame of mind. But they have all sorts of things, you know, with specific scripts and dialogues to work with. And there is not a single script or dialogue for like any situation. So here's your opportunity. Use what you're given, memorize it, work with it, internalize it where it just automatically comes out of your mouth. But pick the one you like, you know, pick the one that's your personality style that makes you feel comfortable. My wife's a nurse, so I said, you know, hey, you got these doctors and nurses in there looking for property. I said, just, right? Remember who's your daddy. And she's, you know, uncomfortable. Well, I'm uncomfortable. And I said, well, then say this. And she said, oh, I can say that. And I said, okay. I said, see, that's all that's required. I said, I didn't ask you to go by and, you know, when the guy has a scalpel on his hand, they say, Doc, you going to buy or sell? I said, this is not Joe Pesci and Lethal Weapon. This is, I say, this is all you say. And she goes, oh, I can do that. I said, well, there you go. So I said, you can't talk them into buying a house. I said, neither can I, nor the best salesperson in the world. Cannot talk somebody into buying a house when they don't want to. Or sell their house. No, I'm happy. No, I'm going to talk you into it. It just isn't going to happen. So why bother? Okay, so different kind of, as I say, going past the golden rule, they call it the platinum rule, which is treat people how they want to be treated rather than thinking about how I want to be treated. My personality is different than yours. I want to be treated in a certain way. So what's more important if you seek to gain my trust? You want to treat me like you want to be treated, or you want to treat me like I want to be treated? Probably more like I want to be treated, right? Which would be more important. You know, assertive. There's people that they make decisions very quickly. They're very direct. They can be aggressive. Don't waste my time. Okay, let's get to the bottom line. How much for the house? What's your commission? Okay, you need to talk to that person differently than the social butterfly. The first time you meet them and you sit there in your house, and, oh, would you like a drink? Would you like, you know, no, you don't have to take your shoes off. Where would you like to? They're almost kind of doing your job for you. They're really very engaging, very kind. So that's a different person than, you know, who could we say? Certainly we all know people that are those big time type A personalities. Boom, 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 boom. Okay, they can be offensive, but at the same token, if you're going to deal with them, you just kind of deal with them on their own terms. And you find out you do a lot better with them. There's structured people, the really anal OCD type of individuals. They like to be right. They're detail oriented, very accurate and thorough. They're big on their rules, established procedure. Steady people, they listen. Sit there listening to everything you say. They're very steady, very calm. Okay. So all these people, you're gonna deal with them in a different manner. So here they give you some examples. I've done quite a bit of detailed research on the internet already. Talked to others in my neighborhood and already have a price in mind to sell my house for. I'd want to see all the data you have in this neighborhood before I made a decision to work with. You know, how do you deal with them? You know, where would you put them? I'd put them basically in the structured. Typically that super type A person doesn't, they expect you to know all this information. They're going to tell you what they want. Okay. This type of person, this structured, has done lots of background information already. So they expect you to have it also, but at the same time, token, they've already done it. And they think, I already have the answer. Now, have they done all the research properly? No, maybe not. So you're going to deal with them in a different manner than the woman that just wants the bottom line. So just give me the bottom line. Don't need to listen to your stuff. I mean, I had somebody tell me I don't need to listen to your crap. Okay, just give me the bottom line. And he wasn't telling me that I have crap to say. He's basically saying I don't want to listen to it's just noise to me. It's just noise. So I'm assuming that you made the effort to come in here and have done your work. Just tell me what I need to know. Let's go. And they make their decision. Oh, they make it. All right. Okay. What do we have to do now? And the other people probably won't ask you that. The sociable person will wait for you to do it, or they'll ask in a very subtle manner. Oh, where should we go from here? The type A will say, okay, now what do you do? What do you got to sign? Give me your stuff. So that's the way they're going to deal with you. Let me see. I don't have time for a bunch of phone calls and meetings. Tell me what you think the house should be priced at, and let's see if we get this deal done. I mean, that's that person, right? That's that hard driving type A. I don't have time. I got other things to do. Tell me what the story is. A lot of people start to stutter at that. So you're going to have known. I mean, I have my number written down. This is where I think it should be. It's off to the side. I don't show it to them. But in case this Yahoo asks me like that, I'm going to tell them 549. Okay. So it either meets his needs or they're going to laugh at you, whatever the case may be. I took a thing one time, you can also look at their clothing. You look at the cars they drive, you look at the way they groom themselves, and get all sorts of hints as to what they do. Okay. We took a seminar one time, a friend and I, and the guy says that high driving person, that big time type A, says they typically dress in solid colors. He says they'll be in black. They may be in white, but he goes, they're probably, a lot of times they're going to be dressed solid black. He said their car, probably going to be a black car. Okay. And he says, when you go to shake hands with somebody, he said, you just give them a neutral grip, straight up. He said, don't grab their hand. Don't give them a wet noodle. He said, straight up. And he goes, and let them shake your hand. And he goes, and that'll give you some hints on what they do. He goes, somebody will be, like this. And he says, another, somebody will just give you a good firm grip and a shake. And he goes, that big time type A will come out and he said, this is the way they shake your hand. So he said, if they don't do it that way, as soon as they grab their hand, they're going to turn you under. So he goes, they're dominating you. He goes, you're subservient. As soon as you go like that, he goes, they dominate you. Swear to God, this is true. We go out not 3 days later and we play golf with this friend of his. And we were talking the whole time. They said, Dan's the big time type D, don't you think? Oh, absolutely. So we're out there waiting. It's hot. It's like 85, 90 degrees. Here comes Dan. Okay. Driving up in his black Viper. Okay. Gets out of the car in this heat and a pair of long black slacks, black shoes, black shirt. And as soon as he comes over, I said, watch this. And I said, hey, buddy, how you doing? And I start to go like this to shake his hand, and he walks in and he goes like that. And we just start laughing. He goes, what's so funny? And we said, absolutely nothing at all. And Mike says, Dan, do you want to ride or you want to drive? Oh, I'll drive. And we laughed. You know, this guy was a classic, a classic. So this guy says, how do you deal with people like that? He says, yes, boss. Yep, what can I do for you? Yes, boss. Okay, got it. I'm on it. It was quick, boom, yes, got, yes, 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 no, yes. That's the way you deal with them. Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, just don't waste their time. They see that as a waste of time. They do. So that's the way they are. You're not going to change it for this. And maybe their wife or husband's going to modify them some way, but you know, you or I aren't. We're not going to have any effect on them. So you either deal with them that way or don't bother with them. Just have a great day. I mean, if you're like that, the power of Bing is that you're in sales. This is your business. You can choose to, you know, not let your natural aggressive personality take over and destroy the deal. Okay, you can choose to say, I know who you are. Okay, and I know how to sell. I know how to take care of you in the way that you want to be taken care of. And no problem. And some of them you could become great friends with.
So like in a listing appointment, when you encounter someone like that, you know, do you not even go through you just tell them what they want to know? You don't even go through the whole.
I start and see whether they're, you know, jumping around like a cat on a hot tin roof. Okay, or are they really not going to want to sit through it? Or, but I will abbreviate. I'll cut out a lot of the niceties. Yeah, you know, what they would see as fluff. It's not fluff, but you're gonna basically just annoy them more than you are, you know, get what you need to get out of it. So you're gonna learn information with the quote unquote fluff because it's not fluff, but they're probably not gonna sit for it. They're probably gonna prompt you numerous times. And at some point in time, you have to say, you know, hey, hang on just a second, we're getting there. Let me get through this. Like if you're trying to explain the comps, now just give me the number. Give me the, you know. Okay, what's a number? So, or you modify it a little bit by saying, here's where I would suggest we start. Okay, and then see if they're going to object to it, and then go from there. But then said, be equally direct back with them. Well, we can do 649. However, you're not going to get showings. You're not going to get offers. We're not going to have anybody to talk to. Okay, so I think most of this stuff is pretty much self-explanatory. Oh, here's the pre-listing lead sheet. Okay, so you can print this out and just ask them when they talk to them, do you have a couple of minutes to where I can ask you a few important things so I can serve you better before I come out to meet you? You know, how did you hear about me? Where are you moving? I mean, so why is that important? Certainly if they say, you know, George and Barbara, okay, told me to give you a call. So now, you know, they heard from these people, obviously it was positive. Obviously it was positive. So that's a good place to start. They've asked George and Barbara and they said, yeah, she's great. Okay, so they're already warmed up for you. You know, why are you moving? What's motivating you to look there? Part of that is to find out what are they doing. Can you maybe sell them a house also? Can you work with them as a buyer? Are they transferring out of the area? Can you help them by referring them to a great agent? Okay. You know, how much do you want to list your home for? What would happen if your house did not sell? How much do you owe on the property? We can go over that later if you haven't. A lot of people truly don't know. I mean, you would think they would. My wife knows. She knows exactly. I don't know exactly. She does. So it's important for her to know. But, you know, a lot of other people around, a lot of times they're wrong. They're really not even close. Not even close. Okay, so you get close to the appointment, the faster you close, the faster you get the appointment and the payday. So you're always going to have to ask for it. So use your lead sheet to get the appointment. So here's some scripts they can use. They've called you. You're assuming they've called you. Hi, it's a great day at Keller Williams. Really, how may I help you? Hi, I'm calling to ask some questions. I'm going to sell my house next month. So just say it as it's written. It sounds like you have a plan to sell. By the way, I'm Fred. Who am I speaking with? How do I spell your name? There's some questions I'd like to ask you to pre-qualify. Okay. So why don't we send a time tomorrow at 4? Okay, that sounds good. Excellent. So start filling things out as you go. So here's a script if you call them. You know, I had somebody that said they were doing floor duty talking, and they kept asking them questions. And that was typically they call. I want to see, okay, even though if you're doing floor duty, you're already in the MLS. Okay. You know, if you're not working on something specific, you're futzing around, you're doing something in the MLS, whether it's productive or not. So when they call, you say, hey, hang on a second. Let me hang on. Let me sign on to the multiple listing service. And even though you're already there, so you start asking them some questions. Say, hey, I'm Gary. Who am I talking to? You know, can I have your phone number just in case we get disconnected? I'll call you right back. Swear to God, I'll call you right back. And then you can start asking them some questions. And this guy said I was asking questions. He said, you can tell all the guy wants to know how much he saw a sign. And that's where he's calling in. He's calling in on the sign with your number on it. And he says, at one time, the guy says to him, you're not going to answer my question, are you? Because he knew as soon as he said 373, quick. So he's trying to meet the guy. Okay. Not just tell him 373. He's trying not to do that. Okay. So you can read through this. You know, there's the classic cases. Now, some of these things you're going to like or not like. You know, they call it the hard close. I'm not calling it the hard close because it's aggressive. Calling it just because it's that's it. You're not leaving it up for negotiation. You're not leaving it up for another day. Okay, you just say, hey, let's meet. Okay, so that's not aggressive, but it says, hey, let's meet. So you're not making it. The soft closes, I've really enjoyed visiting. Would you like to get together and discuss this further? So you hear the difference? Would you like, they could say no. And they say, let's meet. Okay, typically I think you get a lot less no's and no. You've already discussed it. They already said that they're interested in selling the house. Hey, let's meet. No, that's probably not going to happen. Would you like to get together and discuss it further? I think you have more of an opportunity to get a no out of that. Direct close, can we meet today at 3 or would tomorrow at 4 work better? They give them a choice, so it makes it seem like they have the opportunity to not get together with you to discuss it, but in reality, they don't. You gave them a choice, but neither one of them are no. Okay, get it? Trial close, have we gone over enough today that a meeting would be our next step? I mean, now there's a lot of trial closes. You can have numerous trial closes throughout your presentation. Okay, and basically it's like the tin joke. Okay, you're getting them to say yes. Okay, now would that be of benefit to you if we got the property under contract within 30 days? You know, yes. You haven't really asked them to close anything at all. You're just getting them to say yes. Okay, so you're preparing them emotionally for the big yes, which is to sign on the dotted line. Okay, the assumptive close. Sounds like we should meet. I'm available most times this week, so what works best for you? Okay, so you're assuming that you're gonna get it. The negative, positive. Would you be offended if I asked if we could meet to go over this? What's a negative? Would you be offended? You know, most people are really gonna say what? I'm not gonna be offended, of course not. Okay, the take back close. I've really enjoyed meeting with you. To be honest with you, I'm not sure if I can help or not, but I'd be honored if we could meet to find out. You know, for instance, I'm not a big fan of any take back kind of stuff. Like you're standing there in a house and then somebody you can see they really like it. So you've been showing them some houses, you can see there's no doubt that they like, this is probably going to be the one that they're going to jump on. You know, and you say something to them like, how would you feel if I told you that this property was already under contract? You know, what you're hoping to get out of it. Oh my God, I'd be shocked. What do we have to do to get it? How can we get it? You know, that makes me feel terrible. I would never like to use that. Some people like it, but I would not like to lose it. And then when you go and you say, well, it's available. I mean, if I was standing there, I would say, well, then why'd you tell me that? Okay, now you're getting my back up. I'm annoyed if you did that to me. So, and then that's why I don't like it, because it would annoy me. You could lose the sale by doing that with me. Wouldn't it make sense for us to meet in the next day or so? So you're trying to tie them in. What works better for a meeting today, sometime this afternoon, tomorrow morning? Very similar to the other close. So, but those are, I mean, they're just classics. So you use them. You just can't be wishy-washy. Wait for them to suggest, hey, why don't you come over this afternoon and list my house? Probably not going to happen. My boss says that I should do this. Well, it's probably not going to happen. So just ask him in that manner. It's easy. You know, there's other sophisticated ones that people use. They call it the pizza close and this and that and the other thing, but you don't have to worry about that stuff. I mean, I like best, what's a great time for you to get together? I'll come over, bring any information and paperwork that we could not need. We sit down, go through it. Can do that, or what's a good time for you? Say I've got all day Thursday open. Okay, that would be a great day for me. I don't know, is that good for you? There's lots of different ways you could do it. Or just very simple, let's get together. Okay. I mean, I just prefer, you're working during the day? What time do you normally get home? Normally home by 4:30. Okay, what would be a convenient time to where you come home and decompress? 6 o'clock, whatever the case may be. And say, hey, let's do it today, or would you prefer to do it tomorrow? And just go at it like that. Boom. So what do you get out of that? What's the import of what you get out of that type of discussion? Anything? Pressure. So what? Huh? Yeah, sure. Yep. Action, get moving. No, just formalization of your methods. As you say, lots of the take back I'll never use, ever. Never use. So, the closest I would come to that with a buyer would be, we've been looking now for like a month. As you can see, the first few we were just late, right? We had other plans and had other things to do, and the market's moving quickly, and the property was off by the time we got to it. It was already gone. So I'm assuming we don't want that to happen again, correct? That would be the closest I would ever come to that. And in some case, that's just being honest with people. This market's moving fast. If you have more important things to do, in all honesty, you're just going to probably be late on every one of them. I typically tell people I'm happy to educate any way along the way, make it as easy and as painless for you as possible, and take it all on me. As in my experiences, you're probably going to be a day late on the first, $1 short on the second, and we'll get the third, maybe the fourth. Okay, and then you can see they don't 100% understand that. And I said the first time around, I said you're going to wait for the perfect house. You're going to say, well, I want to still see some more. I still want to see some more. And then you go back to the one that you liked and it's already under contract. So I said, that's the day late type of thing. So I said, we've looked at pretty much enough, or we will within a week, okay, to where you've basically seen what's out there. So at that point in time, it's really picking the one that you want. And you say the next one that meets my needs is the one I'm going after. Okay, yeah. I said the second one, you'll probably be $1 short because everybody knows you have to negotiate and you will never pay asking price, right? And so that's just a terrible thing to do, to ever pay asking price for anything, whether it's a good deal or not. So I'll smile and maybe you get a laugh out of them. And if you don't know them, then now's when you're getting to know them. And you'd say, well, if you automatically offer significantly less to get a great deal in this market, somebody else is going to buy it out from under you. They'll pay them. So I said, so you lose another one. So I said, and then we get to the third one, which is, you have to react right away. And you know that whatever your offer is needs to be reasonable or else somebody else will take it. So I said, now if, depending on what your discussion happens to be tonight, you can cut that cycle down, okay, with the day lates and the $1 shorts. And that's entirely up to you.
So that's going on with the COVID right now, in that situation.
It's just moving fast. And I mean, that doesn't, if you see 3 1/4, 350, 315, 349, somebody's listed for 395. They're saying, well, we're in the season, inventory's short, so we can get an extra 20% out and give ourselves room to negotiate. Now, that doesn't fly, okay? But at the same token, when you see everything selling between 310 and 349 and somebody's listed at 350, they're saying, I'm here to sell. Okay, this is the market. I will sell it to you for market price. So offering them 295 because they appear to be desperate. Otherwise, why would they not be at 415? Okay, is just silly. And people will do that, or they list at 339. Well, looks like they really want to sell it. So why don't we find out why they want to sell? Are they getting divorced? Is somebody dying? Or, what's going on? Are they desperate? What do you think we offer them? You think 295 is a good number? So what happens? Somebody else has been a day late, been $1 short. This one comes out, price is excellent, bang, So yeah, when you're talking 5 weeks worth of inventory, okay, and they're listed properly, then you should get involved with that very quickly. And not be trying to save your next IRA contribution by taking it out of their hide. It's probably not going to work. Maybe it will, but it depends on the motivation. I mean, if somebody does that time and time and time and time again, that's what they're going to do. If they don't beat the hell out of the market, they're not going to buy a house. So how many houses you want to sell them? I'm in no hurry. I'll look at 85. I look at 100. I don't care. I just want a great deal. So it's up to you how frustrated you want to get, showing them one house after another, after another, after another, putting an offer after another. So you may never sell them anything because if they don't win, then it ain't going to happen. I mean, I had a customer. He buys this house, this condo for 200 when the market just tumbled. I mean, it was really a bloodbath and it was at the bottom. The lowest anything had ever sold there was like 229. We got it for 200. So he refers me his buddy. His buddy will not pay above 200. Not. Ain't gonna happen. Because this guy paid 200, his friend. So he ain't gonna pay above 200. So I mean, they futzed for 2 years. Now the prices are back up. They started going up shortly after that. 235, 250, 275, 300, 3 1/4. He still hasn't bought, So now he's looking at something, well, as long as it's under like 3 1/4. It's like, Jesus, dude, you could have bought this thing for $220 way back when. So I would always joke with the first guy, but I said, hey, push comes to shove, we can always sell it to your buddy. I said, it's burning a hole in his pocket because he realized he screwed up. But basically, it's the only thing he based his price on was that he was not going to pay more than his friend. Wasn't going to happen. Yeah, far out. So he could have made money, but he did. And then he's always worried about everything. Now it's 5-6 years later when the market just keeps steadily going up. What do you think we can get for a deal? How much you think it's going to appreciate? This and that and the other thing. Oh, God. I mean, nice guy. Nice guy. His wife, fantastic. They are really beautiful people. They really are. But his worldview on buying that stuff just doesn't work. Again, working on figuring out your numbers. Here's the call log. So again, print this out, name and number of the person. You called them, you made contact, you left a message, you set an appointment, you got a couple of notes. Now, I mean, this could be anything, right? Like you're out playing tennis one day and you meet some other person and say, hey, hand them your card, you talk to them and they say, hey, give me a call sometime, let's chat. And you've collected a little pile of this, you never called him or her. You have a little pile of scraps of papers and napkins and whatnot, and you go, hey, and you go, oh, I got 9 of these things. So you go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. You write them all down and their phone number. And you start calling, check the box. So wherever you get them from, or they're people that you call on a regular basis. But, you put them down there. Notes added to the database, moved out of town, whatever the case may be. Called me bad names. Cross them off, I'm not going to call them again. But there's still a number, right? I made 10 phone calls today. Here's the thing.
Do you get that a lot? People cussing at you?
No. Other agents sometimes. I've got one guy cuss me out. Two actually. One came back and apologized. He goes, I'm so sorry. He goes, you were right. He goes, you were right with what you said. And he goes, I was wrong, and that's not me. He goes, I apologize. And the one guy, basically what happened is, because of the way the owner, I don't know whether somebody had never done title insurance in the past or whether they screwed it up afterwards. I'm not sure, but there was what I just called them dead guys on deed. Because when you went back in the history, there was people that had passed, but nobody had ever done anything to, they were beneficiaries, they were this, they were that. Nobody had ever done anything to clean it off. So long story short, it results in, we're supposed to, let's say, close January 3rd. We're 6 weeks later, okay? And the seller took, we had, my buyer had put the utilities into her name. And the seller had taken them out of her name because she was closing. And, my buyer's now paying the utilities for this woman. And I said, hey, dude, we need to prorate this, okay? And the market was on its way down hard at that time. And he just called me, an SOB. He goes, you're just being, like this. He goes, cause you can be, just trying to use my customer. I said, excuse me? I said, since when does the buyer pay the seller's utilities? Okay, so I said, if it was a few days, fine, which is what you originally told us. And I said, it's 6 weeks. So I said, we need to accommodate this. And then he called me some other things after that that were a lot worse than that. And I said, I'll tell you what, I said, you open your mouth one more time. I said, I'm calling your broker. Okay. So I said, what you're doing I said, it just doesn't work. I said, believe me, I feel for the seller. I know she's older. But at the same token, I said, she owns the house. It's like $175,000 cash coming to her pocket. I said, but the buyer's not going to continue to pay for the seller's utilities for the duration of your exercise. And, you know, I mean, he never did apologize. I still remember his name. And I have a couple people that would prefer not to do business with again. You would be one of them. That's just unreasonable, you know, and he's calling us unreasonable. Oh, you people are just not, we're cheating the poor old lady. Nobody's cheating anybody. You didn't close. Weekly activity tracker. So, you know, here's where you start putting in your weekly totals. So again, just print these out, you know, and use them. It's an easy way. Why come up with something else? If you don't like it that way, make yourself an Excel. I used to use Excel I've used it for so long, it's not even funny. So I have a tendency, I'll take something like this and take their headings and just put them into Excel. So I can just go like this and then I save them. I hate paper, I just despise it. So the more that I can just keep online, the happier I am. Chances are this stuff is probably a spreadsheet somewhere, you know, within KW2. You can probably find it and just download it or make your own or use the paper. So, you know, the whole idea is to learn your numbers so that you can be predictable. And a little bit more here with the pre-listing. Discuss this, discuss that. You know, will you review it in the listing consultation? Some of it certainly. Okay. Does it eliminate the lead for the listing consultation? It could. I mean, it's humanly possible if you send them, some people send them some elements of comps. They could go in. Is it a primer for education you'll give them? Absolutely. No two ways about it. You know, I used to have a script I would use for doing a buyer broker agreement, which is basically get them to sign that I am using you as my agent, and they're contractually obligated to do so. A lot of people didn't like it because they were very uncomfortable, you know, asking somebody to sign that. I found a different way to do it, okay, where I would have some additional materials for them if it was the first time I met them. I would fill it all out, sign it, put it everything, I'd include it. I said, this explains, you know, assuming that you desire to continue going forward to me, that you feel I'm doing the job, and I feel that you're doing the job. And I said, please take a look through the buyer's book that I gave you. I said, it may answer a few questions that I may not have answered for you today due to lack of time and doing more important things like actually looking at houses. And I said, here's my agreement that I have on top. I said, if you just want to read through that, sign it, you know, run a copy or whatever, bring it back next time we get together. I mean, 9 times out of 10, they come back and they go, here's your paperwork. And they hand it back to me signed. I said, this is how hard it is to get it signed. I said, that's how hard it is. I said, it's not that hard. So I remember the first time I did it was just lack of time. Guy said, I don't know, we have to get going. We have to get going. Can I just take it with me? I said, sure. So he took it with him. He come back and he goes, here's your paperwork, and just hands it to me, walks into the house. You know, didn't even think twice about it. He goes, we wouldn't be here if we weren't going to use you. So, because I certainly don't mind signing anything. About price recommendations, you can have inaccurate about house prices, which is normally the case. I think the absolute nicest way to do things is if you can sit in front of somebody on the computer and develop a search for the pricing with them. And you go, here it is, here it is. And so typically what I do is I'm looking at this, I'm looking at the pictures to try and develop. I said, we can't just take a house Okay, so I said, shouldn't we look at the pictures? We know what your house looks like. Here we all said. So shouldn't we look at the pictures and kind of develop the amenity list and say, here's things that are very similar. So I said, the most similar property may not be the one that's the same model or the same size. Okay, so I said, we can adjust for square footage. Okay, that's not a problem. So let's just pick ones that are kind of a similar look to your house and go through and let them sit there and work with you. Yes, no, maybe so. So the no's, we just sit there and, you know, do the refine and delete the balance type of thing, and let it work with you. And you say, basically what we're doing is we started with this and we're trying to get to this. That's our whole goal here is to say, where should this sell? And there's no reason for us not to list it where it's going to sell. I said, you want to put it 100,000 less than you think it'll sell for? No. And I said, well, then should we put it 100,000 more and then try and negotiate down? And you'll see some people start to, you know, think, and it makes some sense to them. And they go, well, we could do that. And I go, how about if nobody gives you an offer? I said, then who are we going to talk to? I said, we can talk all we want, you know, sit around, hang out in the back, have a glass of wine, and we can talk, but we really want to talk to a buyer, right? They're more interesting than I am. And they'll almost find their own spot of equilibrium with the price. You know, they'll almost come out themselves and say, oh, I think it's probably going to sell around 3.25. Where do you think we should list it? Could we do like 349? But they won't come up with 389. Okay, they won't come up with that. Now, could we try? Sure. You know, if it's within 7, 8, 10%, chances are you're probably going to get there. I mean, right now, again, you're selling for almost that. So that is the nicest way to do it if you can. Now, if you can't do that, then you have to print out the data and sit there and work it through with them. Because people are very annoyed for the most part with the, well, your house is worth 156 square foot. You know, oh, that's all you people do. Oh, it's how much per square foot you multiply, and that's it. So I had a friend tell me that when I sat there with him and I showed him, here's how I do it. So when you come up with the square footage number, I said, I've thrown out stuff from 135 to 210. And here's why. Okay. Do you think this one's valid? You think no. I said, well, then we don't need to use that, do we? No. So I said, what do we come up with? And I said, it's actually a very narrow amount, isn't it? It's between, you know, and I'm just throwing this off the top of my head. It's years ago, but I said it's somewhere between 156 and 164.5, wouldn't you say? Yes. So I said, you want to adjust for your square footage, or you want to try and act like you have 1,000 square foot house when you have 2,800? No, I guess the square footage is important. I said, yeah, it is. So I said, so now you see why it's multiplied? Yeah. I said, we have to adjust for the square footage, which is the same thing the appraiser does. Have you ever seen an appraiser? Oh, yeah. You know, he's a builder. Yeah, I've seen lots of appraisers. Well, do they do that, or do they not adjust for the square footage? Yeah, they do. Okay, so that's all we're doing. Now, does it make sense to you? Yeah. So I said, you see, I said, now people that come in and take 135 to 210 and divide by 9 and add them all up, I said, that's not a valid number, is it? So I said, I can see why you'd be annoyed if somebody did that to you. But I said, if you throw out and we come up with properties that are similar, I said, this is what similar is. I said, similar doesn't mean it has a front door, a pool, and a roof. I said, that's not similar. So similar is amenities. Where's the lot? What kind of amenities are in it? I said, that's what we're talking. Amenities, it's flooring, beds, baths. I said, that's what we're trying to determine. Oh, okay. And then he got it. And then he was very receptive to having the discussion. Before that is the first thing he told me, don't give me that crap with the square footage. That's what all you people want to do. So I said, okay. And I said, let's work through some numbers. Okay, that's what he wanted to say. And within a few minutes, we were back to some square footage. but he understood why you got there. So I said, here's where the mistake comes, is people that don't separate the wheat from the chaff. I said, that's where the problem comes from. Okay, there's certainly, they said, think of the objection you handle most frequently. Write it below. Okay. Now, of course, you guys haven't handled a whole lot of objections frequently, so, but certainly you've sat in enough classes by now and whatnot to say, what do you think the most frequent objection you go out when you find out there? It's probably either price or commission.
That's a commission.
Yeah.
I want to pay your fee.
Mm-hmm. Right. So what could, think about what could I include in the pre-listing package to start them on the, in the right direction as to handling that as an objection before I even get there. You can have some market data for the neighborhood. I mean, certainly when prices were going down quickly, okay, people didn't get it. They still wanted what it was at the height. Well, it's going down a little, maybe a little less, but that, as the one woman that worked in this office at one time, she goes, it's going down 2% a month. She said, if you put it on under contract today, you've lost 4% by the time you go to close. So she goes, that means that you're not looking at today's price, because that was developed 2 months ago, correct? That was developed a couple months ago, that was the price. So the price in the meantime, from November to January, is down 4%. That was her point. She goes, you have to be 4% under your comps at a bare minimum. But she says the market is going down that fast. She goes, nobody puts a house on the market and closes it tomorrow, correct? It takes a while, it takes a couple of months. Market is already down past where your price was and what you're pulling up as comps. So, you have to take that into consideration. If you have a rapidly increasing market, if it's going nuts, what's wrong with boosting the price up there a little bit? Nothing. Why not? Why not if it's going up that fast? It's basically sitting pretty stable, 3% a year. You're pretty much stuck with what's stuff selling for. And anything else I should adjust that's really special, positive or negative about your property. The mold problem in the bathroom does not increase the price. Okay, the fact that you have plant life. That's a joke. Okay, so you can put things in there to address some of these things ahead of time. You might have a newspaper or magazine article that's addressing the overall state of the market, correct? You can have that in there if it's relevant at the time. But there's no reason not to have things in there to address some of these and get them thinking before you ever even get there. Okay, again, your value proposition is for things to satisfy their needs, add value to their lives and value to their transactions. So always focus on them and what they need and what's working for them. And again, I think everybody should have something that you worked out and put together that tells about you and what you're bringing to the table. Okay, so you don't want to sit there and tell them all about it. Oh, I did this and I did that. And No, you don't want to do that. If you can have a little, maybe somebody wrote an article about you. Who knows? They did. But you can say, here's a little bit of my kind of a fun resume, okay, without boring the details where you went to college and you did this and you did that. But a lot of people have owned investment properties themselves. They should know that. A lot of people have been in sales all their life. They should know that. Okay, you're an ex-appraiser. You're an contractor of some sort. You were the estimator for Neal Communities. People should know that. That's very relevant experience that you have and to bring to the table. I have more friends than everybody else. I have 1,400 people in my database, family, friends, people I've done business with, went to college. Oh, well, that's nice that you're popular. What does that have to do with me? As soon as you list for me marketing materials saying that your property is on the market and exactly what we have going is going to go out to those 1,400 people that I know personally within the first hour. That's the relevance that it has to you. So not everybody can say that, correct? So those people like you, trust you, think you're confident. So that's who you're going to hit them with something right away. Okay, as they say, you're talking about the seller's homework, so it's things for them. Like I said, with the seller's disclosure, it's something they can work on and get them thinking about their property. Also, there could be some issues with their property. So it's not a bad idea to have them think about it instead of thinking that theirs is the jewel of the Nile. Okay, that they do recognize it and they are thinking about it. If they know it, other people will see it without having to have you go through and say, gee, I think you could have done something about the pool page. It looks like it's going to fall down in a thunderstorm. So if they're thinking about it, that can't hurt your efforts. The listing consultation, let's get into some specifics. What are you going to try and get? Signed listing agreement, happy, confident sellers, agreement on the next steps, 5 strategies to prepare for a great listing, know your scripts and materials, understand the market, use communication techniques to build rapport, be a consultant, not just an agent, build an appointment toolkit. And just keep in mind with your scripts and dialogues, that's something when you have at least the rudimentaries, that takes a lot of stress off you, right? Instead of going out to somebody's house, if I told you, you have 6 hours to do some comps and go over to this place and I want you to sit down and take the listing, okay? Would that make your palms sweat a little bit? So if you had spent the last 8 weeks internalizing 30 different objection handlers and introductory going to the house messages, and you just internalize just those things, okay? Then I told you the same thing. Would you feel a lot more comfortable? Okay, at least the panic-inducing moments are really going to be down to, in all reality, they may not come up at all. You may never. When I first started, people would always panic and they go, what do I tell them? And we were sitting there with a guy, him and his wife did like 50 million a year. And he said, how do you, what do you do when they ask you, how long you been in the business? His name was Gary also, and he goes, oh, they won't ask that. And they go, but they have to, what do you tell them? And he goes, believe me, he says, one day was my first day. And he said, 20 years later, he says, nobody has ever asked me how long have you been in the business? Because they literally haven't. He goes, they won't ask you. And he goes, okay, you want an answer? How long you been in the business? He goes, seems like forever. And he goes, that's it. He goes, what are they going to ask you that? And he goes, seems like forever. Well, I want to know how long. So he goes, it won't happen. He goes, just tell them, seems like forever. Then go on to the next thing. Because just that simple. So, like I said, there's almost none of these things that doesn't have 10 options. So pick what makes you happy. And work with that, some that you're comfortable with, but just don't change it yet. So to price accurately and sell, you have to know the inventory like we discussed earlier, right? If you're you're going to ask somebody 3 questions to refer them to another agent, ask the agent. So when I go to interview another agent to send a referral, I ask them the 3 questions. I ask them every time. Sometimes they'll preempt you. You know, I talked to this one woman and she said, well, I've closed 37 properties in that neighborhood so far this year, and this was in September. So I think chances are she's got a pretty good idea what's going on. Okay, but you know, most times you won't get their inventory. How much is for sale? And is it rising or falling, as we discussed earlier, right? What is it now? What was it? Is it going up or down? Days on market, how long is it taking properties to sell? Okay, that information is in that RASM report that I was telling you. Okay, just as a member now, you should be getting it. But it's always way behind. I still have the November as the latest
Yeah,
one.
I just looked not too long ago, it says August, December's coming out January 22nd.
Yeah, something like, yeah, like that 3rd week of the month, something like that, it comes out. So you're always behind, but
Yeah.
you know. Price per square foot, as we just discussed, could comparative on a group of properties as common quality and features. So remember, you have to try and figure out what the common properties and features are. Changes in the local landscape, okay, major employees, shopping, schools. We're in a community that they glommed onto in order to try and keep the attendance up at a middle school that had a bad reputation. So, I mean, they went out of their way. They go across the street and draw a line around our neighborhood and gave us to the place that was not desirable. So at some point in time, it affected our property values for quite a few years because people didn't want to put the kid in the neighborhood. They didn't want him to end up in that middle school. And then eventually it closed. And, that helped us out significantly. And unfortunately, you see people come into our neighborhood, take a listing, they still have that old school. They go, man, what a poor effort you're making. And I'm on the board too, and people say, well, you should be calling these agents and telling them that. And I said, no. I said, I'm not going to call the agent. And I said, if they're that lazy, then I said, I'm not going to help them out. I said, that's simple. That's a simple thing. So building trust, active listing, ask open-ended questions, don't interrupt. Mirror and matching. So you know what that is, right? Mirroring, okay? When somebody's leaning forward, you don't kind of lean back and go like that. So you just kind of, if they lean forward, you don't lean forward toward you. And say, put your mask on. But, but let's say you engage with them, right? So you pay attention. But yeah, you don't want to raise a right hand, and so do you. Not quite to that extent, but I think you got it. It helps. It's just I'm on the same web page with you. I'm paying attention. Okay, I always like this. Said that you want to call that consultancy. It's asking them questions rather than not telling them, helping them self-discover their decisions. Like I was talking about with pricing, helping them develop the price. Okay. Unless you have somebody, in which case don't fight them, just give me the price. Don't fight, well, I have to go through the consultancy process. And say, well, I'm going to leave and go play golf in half an hour. So you want your name on the listing contract, or you want to go through the thing? So when you reach that point, you better make your decision. And tell me if this bores you, but years and years and years ago, I was going out to buy a car. Okay, my car died right out of college. Got to my first job. Within 3 months, my car dies, which it deserved to die. But it died. So I'm out looking for a car. I still remember the guy. His name is Matthew Rose at Rose Toyota, Escondido, California. So we're out looking at the car. I said, here's what I want. So he takes me out. And of course, we're looking at something somewhat different. And I go, this isn't really what I want that. And he goes, well, let's draws a T in the dust. Got want and need, he writes it out. And I said, well, I know what I want. I said, I want this. And he goes, well, let's talk about your needs. I said, Matthew, I said, this is what I want. I said, please help me, okay? Help me. I said, let's look at these. So finally, I get him at least to do that, okay? And I said, okay, Matt, how much for the car? And he goes, he draws another stinking chart with the want and the need. And I said, Matthew, I said, I'm going to be really honest. I said, I'm really direct. And I said, I have a good heart. I'm a nice guy. But I said, if you don't tell me how much the car is, I said, I'm going to walk away. Okay? I said, I've been here for 40 minutes. I don't even know how much the car is yet. And so he starts asking, well, you know, again, you start with the need and that. And I said, goodbye. I said, take care. So I walked away. He's back there kind of shaking his head. I went and I bought the car somewhere else. What I wanted, I got it. I'm sitting there 2 months later. He calls, hey, Gary, this is Matthew Rose from Rose Toyota. I said, hi, Matthew, how are you? He goes, are you still in the market for a car? I said, I am not. And he goes, why is that, Gary, if I may ask? I said, well, Matt, because he used Gary 3 sentences 3 times in a row. I said, well, Matthew. I said, I already have one. And he goes, oh, I thought we were going to work together. And I said, in all honesty, why would you think that? And I said, just be direct with you, Matthew. I asked you, I told you what I wanted. I asked you how much it was and you wouldn't tell me. 45 minutes later, I said, if you don't tell me, I'm going to leave. And you refused to tell me, so I walked away. So I said, why on God's green earth would you think that I would buy a car from you? I said, I don't even know what it costs. So he goes, okay, click. So you're just not listening. You know, you're not listening. So you don't force me into your dialogue. The consultation. I think we covered that earlier. Confirm the appointment, absolutely. So I think a couple of good things: arrive a little early. Okay, be courteous yet purposeful. Don't waste time. Wait until you enter. Wait to enter until you've been invited in. You know, they're going to say, hey, come on in. They didn't say, I always say, should I take my shoes off? Okay. Take charge of the agenda, yet do so respectfully. Say, thank you for inviting me here to apply for the job of getting your home sold. Said the script sends 7 powerful messages. Inviting places the consultation on a friendly footing. Apply lets them know that you're serious about meeting their needs. Job lets them know that you will work for them. Getting your home sold provides outcome framing. So that short little thing is not just something that somebody just dreamed up. Well, they may have dreamed it up one day, but it took some thought. Okay. And again, it goes back to the example. That's why you don't just automatically change things. Oh, I don't like that. So that's why that was written the way it was, to provide a very, very, very specific message. It says, what if they're ready to sign it up front? So let me ask you a question. Did you get my pre-listing question package? Did you get a chance to go through it? You do your homework. Great. Do you have any questions? Is there anything that troubled or concerned you? Nothing? Where would you like to sit down and go over the paperwork? So the kitchen table is the best place for the consultation. It's where they're most relaxed and friendly. So you may get them signing right away. And then when you get them signing right away, you say, are you prepared to have my camera and everything with me? Or I'm going to make an appointment for somebody to come out, okay, and take the pictures and do a virtual tour and say, now that we're signed up, you know, let's put me to work. I need to do this, I need to do that. So should I do this now? Are you prepared? A lot of times they are, sometimes they are not. So, you know, when can we do this? Now, I call normally these guys are about 3 to 5 days out. I have to put a picture of the front of the property in the MLS. And I'll just say pictures coming soon, but we can do everything else. Oh, great, so get it done. They should have a walkthrough checklist. I mean, I think a nice walkthrough checklist is just the MLS sheet. I mean, there isn't a whole lot you're going to miss on the property by using the MLS data input sheet. Okay? You look confused.
No, I keep picturing myself just going through that. I haven't done it yet, so,
Oh, it takes a while.
yeah. That's why I'm like,
As I said, there isn't much you're going to miss when you do that thing. Yeah.
So you say the data, like when you go to input a property on the MLS, those questions you can print out?
Oh, yes.
Oh,
Yes, absolutely. As a matter of fact, there's, we probably have, I think we have it also. Okay, but you can go right to the MLS and just follow the input forms, and then they'll have them all there. And then I just download, I have a file, electronic file on my computer, and I just put it there. So when I want one, I just go in and print it out. Yep, take it with.
yeah, that's a good question.
What's that?
I didn't know we could print those.
Yes. Yes. Mm-hmm. So yeah, you can fill them out online, but you can take it with. Absolutely. Get yourself one of the laser shooters or whatever for developing distances. There's nothing worse than having to go like this. They're probably $35 or something. Yeah, you just come over here and go 25
a
feet.
laser tape. I think.
Yeah. It's actually a Sonic. One I have, yeah, you can buy it at Ace, buy it at Home Depot, they'll have them. Yeah, I mean, this is not $200, okay? It's maybe $35, $40. I have a tape measure in my car all the time that I have in there because there are some times where you're going to need it, that the shooter's not going to work, but they do very well. I mean, you can bounce them off windows and shades, which some of the old stuff you couldn't do that, but this will. Okay, it will work very nicely for you. Then you have that and a pencil and calculator, and you're pretty much good to go. Educating them, spend some time with them on how the buyer will automatically see certain things that the homeowner doesn't notice, such as cobwebs, dings in the doors or walls. Helps prepare them for home condition and staging conversations later on. So here's a simple one. Lots and lots and lots of people use this. One of the three things will happen in this meeting. You'll decide to list with me today. You'll decide not to list with me today, or I'll decide I'm unable to take your listing. Now, why do you think you put it that way? The one that most people don't get or don't think of is I will decide I am unable to take your listing. One thing you're trying to tell them is a lot of people feel that you're there to interview with them, and they will accept or reject you based on what's going on. So it's a good idea to let them know that you can accept or reject them also. So I'm here on equal footing. This is a relationship, okay? It's not that's not where I'm subservient to your needs, wants, and desires. And when all of my listings, I put in there that either party may terminate this agreement with 48 hours written notice. I said I put this in all agreements because they go, well, once I get in this, I can't get out of it. You know, I'll give you a 60-day listing. I said, no, it's just not a listing. You know, it wouldn't, under no circumstances will I ever taken anything less than 6 months. Normally it's a year. And I said, here's your out. You know, I said, in the event that you feel I'm not doing the job, I would encourage you to go ahead and fire me. Just say, I'm sorry, this is not working out. Said, you send me an email, you send me a letter, whatever, attach it to the email. Just give me written notice in case something's actually in the works so that I know. And I said, at the same token, if I find that you're a whack job of some sort, or it's not working out, or you have axe murders in your past, I said, I'll fire you too. And that normally shocks people. Because they feel, oh, why would you ever want to do that? And I said, well, again, if you're not cooperating, if you don't want the property to be shown, if it's basically impossible, I said, I just can't spend an unlimited amount of time and dollars doing something if we're not both invested in the same outcome at the time. So, and so then, you know, typically at some point they'll start nodding, they get that, but they'll see you with a little additional respect. So, you know, I'm not here to force anybody. You know, the guy that originally told me this, I said, how many times have you got fired? And he goes, 0. 0. He goes, nobody has ever done it. And he did about 120 deals a year. So he goes, never been fired. He goes, but it makes people more comfortable saying I'm not locked in with any sense of escape. Say, don't forget you're in a conversation. Uncover, prioritize, meet needs. You know, explore their needs, ask them the question. Ask them the old, you've heard this probably 20 times by now. Why is that important to you? Okay. And that'll give you the ability to dig a little deeper than, oh, I'd like to do this by, okay, I want to be out of here in 8 weeks. Well, why is that important to you? Well, because I'm starting a new job at such and such a time. I'd like to at least have this under contract and know that it's going to close before I leave. Okay, so that's expensive. Oh, here they are. Say 3 questions deep. Is there anything else you'd like me to know? Why is that important to you? On a scale of 1 to 10, being highest, how important that is that to you? Okay, believe me, it's not annoying. When you look at it in the reading, when you're reading it, it looks like it could be somewhat irritating to these people, but it's not. Okay, it's not, because their answers in conversation keeps it flowing. And you also use that with your buyers. Use the same, why is that important on a scale of 1 to 10? Okay. Use it with your buyers also. You find very commonly to where they, I need at least a third of an acre. So why is that important to you? And I just don't want to, I want some separation from the neighbors type of thing. Okay, well, just out of curiosity, if you're on a 65 by 125 foot lot and there was preserve on one side and the lake on the right and in the back, would that give you privacy and separation? Well, of course. Okay. So that's what we're really looking for, is privacy and separation. In other ones, I want to be able to throw the football. I have 2 Malamutes, okay, and a huge swing set for my 7 kids under the age of 10. Okay, so they probably do need actual space. Okay, but a lot of people don't. They just see, I don't want one of those little lots with a house on either side and one behind. That's what they don't want. So you ask them those questions and you find that out. Let me see. I think some of this good stuff you need to read through. Trial closes, okay, which we had discussed somewhere earlier. Listen for their yeses along the way. You may have their business halfway through the presentation. So some things you could use. Do you have any questions or concerns about the listing process? The answer is no, that you can ask, are you ready to put me to work? And my old broker up there used to do that with his laptop. So that was his close. Okay, are you ready to put me to work? Because when I hit this button, all the marketing, everything starts. Are you ready to put me to work? And he holds his hand over the entry key. He says, very powerful. That works very, very well. He goes, when you get me to work, he goes, not everybody can get away with that. Okay, he could. I think it was a little helpful. He was a little older and he had the, thick gray hair. He's distinguished looking. And it just, you didn't expect that from him. You expected a a very formal staid. He wore a nice, wore a suit. But he would do things like that, and you go, oh, this guy isn't a stick in the mud after all. He's got some personality. I like that. You can say, hey, sign the paperwork and get your house sold. Again, whatever hits you. I like that. Are you ready to put me to work? What's wrong with that? I mean, if somebody said that to me where I was going to hire them to do something, contrary, I'd like to build a pool. Okay. They sit down, explain everything to me. You're ready for me to get to work? I wouldn't find that the slightest bit offensive. Yes or no? Like this is something general that's important, a 4-step response to an objection. Number one, be glad you're hearing it. Okay. Because remember, you can walk away from something. So like Matthew Rose, the Toyota guy, I walked away and he didn't seem to feel that was an objection. He felt we were still in the game. So, I mean, he should have been using my answers as his motivation to overcome my objection. I mean, my objection was simple. I want to see the car I want, not what you're trying to give me. And I want to know how much it is. That was my objection. So if there's enough, apparently his answer to most objections was the want and need chart. That was his answer to the objection. And it was not a good one, at least maybe it worked with somebody. I just got really angry. Okay, beginning with yes and, as in yes, and I understand your concern. Yes, and I'm glad you asked that. Okay, yes, that's a great question. Then follow that by a clarifying question or your response of your expertise. Okay, what happens if somebody goes up in the attic and finds the wood rotten? Hopefully they won't ask something like that. But so they're going to ask you a question and you have the answer because, as you know, asked for the close. You just demonstrated value and alleviated a concern. Great time to ask for a business. But these are the quote unquote trial closes. Are you ready to get moving along? Or you ask things to, if they don't answer in the positive right away, that you tried it in a very subtle manner and they didn't bite. So you go on. You don't ask somebody, are you looking to get married within the next 6 months? It's, what are you asking them? What do you like to do? Okay. Are you looking for somebody? You're looking for a relationship. And even that one comes later. But you certainly don't say, how many kids were you thinking about having when you get married? They do. Want to get married next weekend? It's like you're probably going to get an answer, right? No. Absolutely not. Get out of here. What are you, nuts? So, but you're trial closing them for 3 years, probably for most of us, right? It takes a few years of trial closing until you're going to get there. Okay. No. Again, this is why they do the partnering up and doing script and dialogue practice, just to give you some practice saying it. You can do like a lot of people, you sit there, you can do it in the mirror. You'd be surprised at how much not pressure, but anxiety you can create by having this conversation with yourself in the mirror. When you're looking at yourself, and first of all, you can see your face, your eyes, your expression, you can see what you're doing when you're talking to somebody. And you may or may not like 100% of what you're doing. Okay, and it gives you an opportunity to change it a little bit. But just hearing your voice, your diction, and seeing your facial expressions while you do things can cause you some anxiety. It's almost like talking to another person and not just yourself. Give it a try, see if it works for you. It works for me. When I do it, it does work for me. So you get to the point where you have them memorized and you can just sit there and say it to your mirror. That's it's a neat thing. It will provide some benefit. Set and exceed expectations, which we had discussed before. Negotiate to resolve issues. Close, they say, should come up naturally as part of the conversation. Hey, one of the biggest reasons why things don't close is because people don't ask for it. I mean, if I meet somebody that wants to go look for a buyer and say, well, you know, what's a convenient time for you? When do you want to start? And you don't just let them walk away. Yeah, I'll give you a call. So you want to get past that a little bit. Another reason is to make an attempt. You're going to get to some point in time where you get busy. And when you start getting busy, you're going to find that your personal time, your family starts to take a back seat to other people. Because if you let them, they will schedule your time. So you can let people know you take control of it and say, this is when I'm available. Okay. You know, I have Thursday afternoon looks great right now for me. And again, implication, I have things to do, the time could fill up, right? So, but show some respect for yourself where they will schedule your time for you.
With listings, opposed to with buyers, I mean, with buyers, I feel like I'm running around a lot. With
Right.
listings, is that, I mean, does the range around cut down?
Yes.
a bit?
Yes. So figure you should easily be able to manage, service and market, say, you know, at least 6 listings a month. Okay, if you have them, I mean, you can take care of them. Taking care of more than 4 buyers a month is a lot. Okay, because of the showings. The showings, and you write the offer. Okay, and you present the offer and you meet them, and you know, now COVID's been a little bit of a boon to your existence by being able to you're either going to DocuSign it or you're not going to do it at all in some cases. Okay, so that saves you a little bit having to hop in the car and go here or go there. I prefer to be in front of people, but you know, if you can't, you can't right now. But yeah, look, I would say, listings cost you money, buyers cost you time. Just because you don't have to go show the house once you've been there. Well, I mean, and it's not in Venice. It's here in Lakewood Ranch. You're not going to get drugged to the tip of Anna Maria Island. And you have a listing on Anna Maria Island. You may never go there, or rarely go there. I mean, I tend to swing by once a week and just kind of check things out. I'll set up a specific time of the week. Wednesday afternoons, I provide feedback to anybody. I mean, if something hasn't come up in the meantime, if they haven't called me, if there wasn't a specific, I'll call and go through with everybody. Say, hey, I just want to keep you up to date, blah, blah, blah. It's kind of the more common texting and emailings become with everyone, the more you have a tendency to do that, but I still like to talk to them and hear their voice and just to see what kind of thoughts they're having. You can tell a lot just by their demeanor. So I still like to actually talk to them if I can. But by and large, a lot less. You have a lot of front time for a listing. Yeah, I'd say basically right around 12 hours by the time you get it into the MLS. So you have a fair amount of time invested in it. So that's why you really need to get good at taking it when you get out there, because you do have a lot of time, and you do have the buyer, but you're not going to spend a whole lot of money on marketing the buyers, but you will with the seller, with the listing, or marketing. Mainly people are marketing for listings for the most part. Which we can, okay, so here's where we wanted to get to begin with. So let's talk about that. Yeah, perfect. And that leaves Mark the balance. So basically, you have your service and you have your marketing. So now that you said there's no better time to ask for referrals than when you're actually working with somebody. Okay, because they're positive and they're engaged. So I'm sure whatever jobs you guys have had in the past, you're hearing some guy or some woman talking about something with a listing or with with real estate. And it's because somebody else brings it up, and all of a sudden you may even think to yourself, wow, here's the expert on everything, because they start going into it. But why are they really going into it? Because they're buying and selling something right now. So they're 100% engaged with everything that has to do with real estate. So since they're doing that, they're talking to everybody about real estate. Oh, how exciting, we're buying a house, or how exciting we're selling our house. And going over to here, there. And then the other people go, oh yeah, I just saw, or I'm thinking about buying, or I'm gonna buy. And they start talking about it, right? So now all of a sudden they know somebody, where even though they kind of know them at work or church or tennis outings or whatever they happen to do, all of a sudden they know something, they know that this person's gonna buy or sell, which they wouldn't have known before. They would have been talking about something else. But now they're talking about so much that it's in their mind. So that's the good time to be talking to them about referrals. At the end, when you go to closing, you say, hey, I have to ask you something. I said, now that I'm becoming unemployed, I need you to kind of keep me employed. And they'll go, what do you mean? And say, well, now that we're closing, I'm out of a job, right? So if you can help me out, if you can refer me to somebody that needs to buy or sell, okay, I can once again become gainfully employed. Most people laugh. You get people give them 3 little cards. Could I ask you to return these cards to me within the next 10 days? Could it, lots of little methods like that. But the close is really your last, because they're as happy as they're ever going to be. 2 weeks from now, you're probably, hey, there's a leak in the ground. But as for right now, they're going out for a cocktail and to celebrate. They say, what do sellers want most? Market the home to potential buyers, sell the home within a specific time frame, and price the home competitively. Find a buyer for the home. That's what they want. So these are some of the things you have to make in your value proposition, okay? And the 3 levels of service wrap around them. So true whether you work solo or with a team, whatever your expertise is, that's really what they want. So that's what you have to focus on. When you have a discussion or an elevator speech, as we call it, should be focused on that, just so it just pops in your head. Bang. So I had a buddy that made a boatload of money, makes a lot of money. I told my other friend, I said, for the life of me, I said, in the last, and I don't live in California anymore, so I talked to him far less. And I said, every time I talk to him, for the life of me, I don't know what the hell he does. I said, I really don't, I said, I've never really gotten a straight answer. I said, I think he doesn't want to tell me he's in like this high tech sales. So he's like something else, he's like a cloud of influence that exists. Okay, he's pure energy. I said, I think that's what he is. He sells software, but he doesn't tell you. So in the event that finally, I did eventually get it out of him. This is what he does. But you had to ask repeated questions over a long period of time in order to figure it out. My friend says, well, he goes, you don't make that kind of money by not doing anything. I said, I didn't say he doesn't do anything. I said, I don't know what it is. Okay. And eventually you find out what he does. But, if you're in an elevator in Manhattan and you run across this guy and say, hey, what do you do for, I just was at the top of the world. What do you do for a living? You going out for one or something? And he gave me that original statements that I got 3 years from him. I wouldn't think twice about it. Unless he recognizes me. What if I'm director of engineering for IBM or something? And he gives me some line about this thing, and I wouldn't react to him because I don't know what you do. Now, the myth is my clients will work only with me. Only I can deliver quality of service. Truth is your clients aren't loyal to you. They're loyal to the standards you represent. So, which I'm sure is true. So you have a level of service you're going to provide, and that's really what they're going to buy. There are a lot of people that would only ever deal with you no matter what. But really what they're people that, let's say, don't know you really well, they perceive that your level of expertise is that high, or they're going to do business with you. I mean, anybody that says it sounds like you really know what you're doing. I mean, something you're doing or saying, real or otherwise, or intentional or subconsciously, is communicating to them that you know what you're doing. And that's why they really want to do business with you. You know, I would caution people against putting, it's like everybody that puts something out there is always an expert negotiator. And my suspicion is very few of them actually are very good at it. But everybody wants to write it, okay? And when they come up with their niche, it's FHA, VA, first-time home buyers, waterfront properties, luxury property, okay, golf course property. It's like everything. It's like, well, okay, so you'll take whatever you got. Why don't you just say that? I work with anybody who wants to do something. I'm there. You know, I've got years of experience. I've dealt with a plethora of different kind of people and individuals. But don't say you're an expert in 37 different things and that's your niche, because it's not. You know, you obviously don't have a niche. So I would just caution you against that. Be careful with that. Mark's going to go into the negotiation phase of it, so I won't do anything with that. They say, you know, when we originally started, we were talking about the leads, listing, and leverage. Okay, right here it says on whatever page, whatever, if you're focusing on marketing your seller's listings, the buyers will come. That's the leverage portion of it. Okay, so if you market to get listings and you market your seller's listings, you will get buyers from that. So you won't necessarily have to chase or market to buyers directly. You're certainly going to get them. No two ways about it. But here's an excellent way to get buyers is by working with sellers. So it has more to do than just listing and selling a house. Well, we're basically to 12 o'clock. So if you tell Mark, hey, could you talk a little bit more about marketing? Okay, because Gary didn't really get through that. I'm sure he'd be happy to do that with you. At the very least, he can probably do it off the top of his head. And let's just spend a couple of minutes. And I apologize for the fact that I wasn't 100% prepared, and I should have really started with this packet to begin with, but I didn't. Did my best to pick it up. Did what I could. Anything that I couldn't figure out, I made up. No, I'm just kidding about that. Any questions? Anything specific? Any concerns? I'll leave you with one thought. When I started, cell phones had pretty much, gotten to the, the flip phone version type of thing. So a little more nicer to use. And I had our mentor. He wasn't so great on developing leads and listings, although he had them, just because he was so darn good at what he did. But really, I learned a boatload from him. The contract, strategy, negotiation and stuff specific to real estate. And, you know, I would go to every contract class I could ever find and sit in there and go to it. They'd always try and give you another one. And I said, that's okay, I have one. I would just add to it. So I would like if then, so if you're the buyer, you try and do this. If you're the seller, you try and do that. And I fill it in, you know, exactly what goes in, because it's not immediately obvious if you sit there and read it yourself. Did I fill this in? Does that screw it up? What happens if I do this? Steve Greenberg at iCard Merrill's doing an online one. I think is that today or next week? I think it was today. I mean, always awesome. Anytime Steve speaks, you should listen. But when I would go out with clients, because of course your fear is, especially the first few times you write something up, is screwing up, right? How do I do this? So when I would sit there and they, oh, this is the one. Okay. And I say, great. And I get a few answers from them, like, when do you think you want to close? This, that, and the other thing. I already knew that they were pre-qualified, what kind of loan they were going to do. I already knew that. You have any idea what you all know? Well, I'm not 100% sure. Okay, that's okay. And I said, look, I said, I have to go back to the office and write all this up. It's 12 o'clock now. Why don't I meet you at like 2? So I said, I'm going to have to write your name like 30 times and the property address. The last thing you need to do is sit there and watch me do that. You know, it's a waste of your time. Why don't you guys go to lunch, you know, have a chat, relax. I know it's been a pressure-packed morning. I'll see you 2 at the office. They go, okay. I said, great. In the meantime, they had some questions. I called Nick. I said, hey, Nick. I said, I got an offer. I'm going to do an offer. Oh, that's great, Gary. We'll come back to the office and I'll help you out. Make sure you. He goes, you got any questions? I said, yeah. I said, I got a couple of questions. You know, what about this and what about that? And he told me. And he goes, well, I'm going to be in the office. So he goes, write it up or maybe he said, I'm not going to be there. You know, just call me. Okay. And I said, hey, no problem. So I go back and I had my contract that I went to all the contract classes for. And I sat there and I took the whole thing and I would fill out every single possible thing that I could. Every possible line that I could fill out. Knew that I was 100% right, I would fill out. If I had a question, then I could still call Nick. Hey, Nick. You know, oh, do this, Gary. Okay, thanks, Nick. And I get it all done, you know. And the only thing typically that was left was a lot of times the closing date and the actual purchase price. I knew it was a 20% loan. I think I can figure that one out myself, you know, I'm okay on that. So by the time they came in, they said, oh, hey, I got all this done so we can spend as little time as you, or as much as you want. I always tell them, if I'm going too slow, just go like this. Say, pick it up, pick it up, pick it up. And I said, if I scooted past something, I said, just say, hey, back up. Let's go back to that. And I'd sit there and start working through them. And I had everything done. So I didn't have to think and say, oh my God, what do I have to put here? Oh, no, what do I have to, and, you know, and then you palms start to sweat, you start to panic. I did that for like the first 6 months. Then I got comfortable with it and then I was fine. But I had nickel and speed dial. And I always got there way early. You know, if it was at night, say go have a cocktail or something or whatever you do, have some dinner, whatever you want to do, and you know, just meet me at 7:30. Great, sure, no problem. You know, they were kind of stressed too, just looking at properties, and now you decided to pull the string on one. So that's what I would do. And nobody ever asked me how long I'd been in the business until I'd been in the business for probably 9 years. I go to 2003 and they go, oh, well, then we can probably learn something from you. Huh? Yeah, you know, I guess so. I always tell them the same, you know, you hear me say, I'll say the same thing again and again. You know, if I don't know the answer, I'll just make it up and you'll never know. I'll say something like that. So, you know, or if they're more serious people, I say, don't worry. I said, if you should stump the clown, I said, I won't tell you just give you a bunch of crap. I said, I'll find the answer and I'll give you what it's supposed to be. I said, I'll never do that to you. And other people, you can tell you have a great, I'll just say, hey, if I don't know, I'll just make it up and you'll never know. And then you laugh and they laugh and that type of thing. But I just say the same thing over and over again because it always works. And as I say, everybody deserves to see your best effort. Okay? Now, just because you said something 1,000 times, they've never heard it. So that's what scripts and dialogues help you out with. Okay? And it's your job to deliver it in a fresh and engaging manner every time. Okay? They're not bored. Okay?
Thank you.
You're welcome. Enjoy. So you got lots of time for lunch. I didn't go over too much.
It starts back at 1.
Yes. Yeah, I think that's what Andrea told me. It was 1 to
Now who's teaching in that?
1 to 3 from Mark Yep. Yeah, really great guy. Great guy. He does lots of listings. Yeah, I see him around, kind of
Yeah.
brownish hair and average height size. Yeah, nice guy. Lots of experience, so you'll enjoy him.
Thank you so much.
You're more than welcome. See you guys. Mark will be back at 1. If anybody's listening. I don't know. Okay, best of luck.
Thank you.
Remember, there's a wealth of experience and people that are paying attention here. So, like almost anybody, don't stress yourself out saying that I could use a little help. Just ask. People in this kind of place are more than happy to help. Never an issue. Okay?
Thank you.
Take care, guys. Have a great
Thank you.
weekend.
You too.
Go make some money. Make some friends.
Yeah.
Make some friends.
Yeah.
No, I sent a message to Susie. But
Oh, she's trying to get it?
Yeah. I mean, that's definitely helpful.
Yeah.
Just having it, that you can go back to. Did you get a lot of the lesson yesterday?
Yeah, I like it. I know it's pretty good. I think they're, I think they might have, how are you? I think they were recording yesterday too. Susan might be able to get it to you. Yeah, this was recording. That was a red thing.
I'm still recording.
I don't know if I should like.
Are you coming back to the afternoon?
Yeah.
You're doing,
Yeah, I think Juliana, she's coming for the afternoon. She texted me to see where are you gonna come back or?
yeah, I could, and I don't have anything going on.
Okay. She has, more lunches.
Oh, are you guys gonna go out?
Yeah.
Yeah, where are you going? Let me just
let me know where you're going.
Let me just see, if Susie got my text.
Okay, yeah. I'll be out front, okay?
Okay, thank you.
Słuchaj, Tomasz mówi tak, że jeżeli tamta jest zadowolona, jeżeli tamta będzie jest okej, żeby tak zrobić, to ci nie protektuje. Ładnie żyć w ten sposób. Jeżeli ona mówi, że jeżeli na przykład Facebook posiada 200 000, co raczej się nie zdarzy, to wtedy niby musisz zapłacić te 30 000 z kieszeni. Ale to raczej się nie zdarza, bo to jest as is contract, także zawsze można jakoś spróbować z tego jeszcze odbić. Ale nie wiem, no to wiesz, ja ci mówię, że są inni. Że raczej to są takie, że będzie okej, zawsze można pójść z tego wyjść. Po prostu tam ten statement taki, że jeśli robi Facebook na 245, to konto jest kancelowane. Wiesz, w ten sposób. Ja wiem, to nie jest normalne. Ja też na tyle czyste. Nie, tam tak było. No ale to będzie ci spacerują kontrakt, jeżeli co nie tak nie gdzieś w ten sposób. Znaczy mi się już raz, to oczywiście to jest nie no, sobie dalej, jeśli wpływie, tak zaczyna, to Doesn't want the body to
That's the paper I can take it just to put it. Yeah, that one's it. Start like that. Follow my shirt and wear this sweater on top of it. Now I need a little wet to clean it out.
Oh, hi, Brad.
Hi.
I like to sing to Brad. Oh God, please stop singing.
Oh, I gotta start my Come on, open up.
Oh, bracket, firecracker says boom ba. I love Brad.
Andrea, you're crazy.
I know.
love
You know, that's how I roll. All right, let's go find Mark. Bye, Brad. Bye.
See you later.
Ale tu ona mówiła, że jeżeli czytasz się, to pisze, że możesz skancelować konta. Mówię, to wcale ci tego nie będzie. Co? Ja też nie myślę,
Hey there. Hi. Is this what we're supposed to be doing?
Greg was gonna start just briefly talking about the marketing,
Mm-hmm.
and then,
I better get glasses. You can tell right now.
Hey, did you get the shoebox?
I did.
Okay.
Is that from you?
Yeah. I didn't want to like knock because,
Yeah.
you know, I just set it down.
I don't think anybody was there yet when you dropped it off. So
Oh,
they
okay.
said, you wouldn't believe this, you got a shoebox today.
He had posted on our work page, like basically, he said, why do you have a shoebox like that? I said, yes, you have to all this follow-ups you can do. Oh, really? We lost him. So I guess he's going back to the work.
Wow. That's so funny. Shoebox.
Ale co z tego, jak będzie 210? 17. No to mówi, to wtedy zapłacisz, to wtedy, no ale ona by tak
Is it just us?
I don't know when he's coming.
All right, I haven't looked at this in a while. Did they change it? So do you know if I'm supposed to do the entire thing from here on out? You don't know.
Page 80.
To the end? Okay, I can do it. I'm just, I'm sorry for appearing to be unprepared, but I have done this presentation in the past, but
I think Gary was skipping a lot of practice exercises just to get through the material.
okay. All right, so marketing is on what page? 73. Generally, they have a PowerPoint slide. They just don't go through the book, but that's okay.
There was a PowerPoint.
Oh. All right. Well, look at that. Okay. It looks like he was back at the beginning, so let me get down to marketing. There it is. Hi, Brad. We know you're out there.
Hey there, how are you?
Good. So generally when I do these things, I try to follow the syllabus, but a lot of it is more me telling you what I do, which I don't know if that's good or bad, but I'll go ahead. It's 1 o'clock, so I'll get started. Don't know if anybody else is going to join us. Some of you may know me, I think, but some may not. I got in the real estate business right out of college. And my parents, I grew up in a family. My parents were real estate brokers for 50 years. I actually got my license at 16 in the state of Missouri. They changed the law to 18. So I think I'm the youngest agent ever in the state of Missouri. I didn't do anything with it. And when I got into real estate, were any of you guys in real estate? Probably not in 2008 when the whole recession occurred. Well, I got into real estate in the late 80s, which was the savings and loan crisis, which was about as bad, if not worse, in terms of what happened. Hey there. So new agent, 24 years old, trying to sell real estate in a market that nobody sells anything. I ended up working for a company called Epic Realty that was the national real estate firm that handled all of the properties from the Resolution Trust Corporation, which is the federal entity that took over all the properties that had been foreclosed on through the savings and loans that went bankrupt and failed back in the late 80s. So nobody was buying anything. I had actually 400 listings in the city of Dallas in my name, but nobody was buying because there was no money. Interest rates were through the roof. I had brand new $25,000 condominiums, 2 bedrooms, 2 baths. Nobody would buy. Brand new construction near downtown Dallas. It was a horrible market. So we actually turned those properties into assets and rented them out and until such time as the market started changing and we were able to come back around. I got out of the real estate business, took an entrepreneurial path. I've owned or managed 7 startup companies, sold a business to ADP, the payroll company and the division that bought me was based here in Sarasota. That's how I got here. 2 years of that, they decided to close the division that acquired me. They offered me a job in New Jersey. I said, nope, I'm in Florida. I'm staying in Florida. So I decided to dip my toe back into the real estate market. Got in 2012, actually. Steve Dutois introduced me to Keller Williams. As a matter of fact, he had come, and I don't know if you know Steve, he's one of the partners in the Market Center. He's been in the business for 46 years now, Realtor Emeritus. He's been in Sarasota for 35 years. I was, talking to Coldwell Banker, Remax, all these other people, and Steve goes, well, they might let you work at Keller Williams. I'll see if I can get you an interview with our team leader and see if they'll let you in, so. Okay. And so got here 3 years later. Steve asked me to help him with his business and so we've been partners since 2015. Last year, I did about 40 listings personally. This year, I've only upped my goal to about 50, but I've got a team. Our team goal is about 185 transactions this year. So, and the reason I gave you all that is not only to develop a little credibility with you so that you might listen to me today, but that's basically my story when I go talk to a seller. It's my value proposition. Why would you want to work with me? I've got the experience, the knowledge, the team behind me, and I'll explain the team. And what I recommend to every agent is to make sure that you've got your own value proposition, whatever that might be, developed, because until you develop credibility, nobody's really going to want to work with you. And I always say it's credibility first, then people start listening to you. If you're working with a buyer, and I've got 2 buyers agents, I'll have 3 next week on my team, when you first start working with a buyer, you guys are nothing more than a key to them. You've got the key to open that door. And that's, I don't know if you found that. Somebody calls you up, I want to see this house. Can you show it to me? And they, I hope you ask them the right questions. Do you have another realtor? Go through the LP Mama scripts, things like that. But, your job when you go out and meet them is to develop some credibility with them and make sure that they have trust in you and that you're the smartest realtor that they've talked to that day. And that's not hard because the bar is extremely low in this business. And this last 2 weeks, we've put on a couple of listings that each of one I put on yesterday. It has 27 showings today. 27 showing today. And so we've been getting questions from realtors that are just, it's insane that what little knowledge there is out there. And you guys are taking a great step by sitting in these classes. And I guarantee that just by sitting here, you've elevated your game over, probably 75% of the other realtors in the business. So develop your value proposition for who you are and why somebody should work with you. And then we'll talk a little bit, and that's just in general. So the program here on on marketing your listings, I guess you've now sat through a pre-listing, you've done a pre-listing, you've done a presentation, you've got the listing now. Is that what I'm assuming through the training we've done so far? All right, well, in this market, all you got to do is put a sign in the yard, put it in the MLS, and it's gone. But we're not always in this market, and I'm assuming that you've priced correctly. And there's another class for CMAs, which generally they ask me to give. I'm really good at pricing properties. I'm a numbers guy. And so now you've got the listing in place, and we're going to talk about servicing and marketing that listing. So, and I'm going to they've changed this up a little bit. So part of your value proposition can be your service standards. So let's say we're not in this crazy market that we're in. Let's say we're back to where homes are on the market an average of 90 days. We have 5 to 6 months worth of inventory, which, by the way, NAR predicts that by the end of this year, we'll probably be back to some normalcy in the market. You're gonna need to be able to service your listing and take care of it. Part of my service proposition to my clients is that, and again, having a team, I have a little bit of an advantage because I have people that work for me. You know, we will send somebody by your property on a weekly basis. We'll make sure that the brochures are full. We don't do brochures now with COVID. We've got the little we do QR codes that will take on a little stand that somebody can walk in, and then they've got the flyer right there. By the way, that goes to our website. So now that we've got you on our website, I'm dropping cookies on your phone, and now you're going to see me everywhere you go. So, you know, there's Mark when you're looking on Google for something else. There's Mark when you're on Facebook or whatever. So, little trick that might work for you when you have buyers coming in and they want the flyer, put a little plastic stand out that has a QR code, and there's lots of QR systems, and have them go to your website where you've got all that, the URL for that listing, for that individual listing. But there'll be a day that we're going to go back to paper and making sure that we have brochures. We go out and make sure that the driveway and the sidewalk is swept. And I'll tell you, that's kind of an amazing opportunity. You know, if you're a realtor and you've got your sign in somebody's front yard and you're out, and we do this for open houses all the time. I bring a broom in my car and I'm out there sweeping, neighbors walking their dogs. Oh, what do you, oh, I'm the realtor. Think of how far have you set yourself apart against all the other realtors that work in the neighborhood because you're out there sweeping the driveway, right? Well, my realtor never did that. They just put a sign in the yard, and so I'm going to remember her name. So things like that, you know, and those are the things that I try to communicate as part of my value proposition to our client, that we're going to do these things. Now, so if you're going to have standards, and I think what they're talking about is really have a documented process for what you do. And I know we're going to talk about contract negotiation. I'm going to talk to you about how I negotiate contracts. I'm going to give you my process for negotiating contracts. And when you articulate that process, you know, sellers want to know that you're going to get the job done for them. I have no idea what page I'm on, by the way. Sellers want to know that you're going to get the job. So if you have documented processes that you can speak to when you're making your listing presentation to them, you know, my list price to sale price ratio, Mr. Seller, is 98%. The average in the entire MLS is 96%. So it's safe to assume that I get about 2% more for your listing than a lot of other realtors do. Fact of the matter is I price the house correctly, and that's why I don't have to come off so much on the price. But it could be because of my art, and they'll ask me, well, how do you get that, Mark? Well, I get that through negotiation, and this is the process that I go through for negotiation. So again, adding your value proposition in that listing presentation, that you've got a process for negotiation, that puts comfort in somebody trusting their biggest asset with you. So, you know, highly productive listing agents, people that are doing 40 or 50 listings, I wouldn't be able to do it if I didn't have a process. And I know starting out, you're going to be lucky to get 1 or 2 listings in your first couple of years, and you're going to treat them, you know, cherish them and take care of them. But, you know, everybody's going to want to get busy at some point. And I even found when I was starting out and only had a couple of listings at any one time, you get distracted by your buyers. And so you're busy looking for properties and everything else, and you kind of forget about your seller, and didn't have a process in the old days. And with a process now, I know that it's going to get done, even if I get busy doing something else in recruiting or whatever. We've got a process to make that happen. Plus, someday, go ahead.
Just a question about it. What would be your script that you use, like you're a new agent and that's your first listing?
What's your value pro? Use Keller Williams as your leverage. So I work with one of the top brokerages in Sarasota and Manatee County. And I do these things as an agent. And what's your background? What's your name, by the way? Juliana. And what'd you do before real estate?
Well, I did many things. I owned a cleaning company that I sold. I was a life coach, also up in Canada, and then I moved back here and done my own thing.
Okay, that's a great value proposition. I would have trust in somebody that has that kind of life experience if they've not had a lot of real estate experience, because you've owned businesses, you know about process, and then talk to the processes that you're going to start to set up today. So, and what's your name? Andrea, what's your experience?
Well, mostly customer service
Mm-hmm.
and very little marketing.
Mm-hmm.
So I've never been in sales.
Okay.
That's the part that scares me.
You like talking to people?
I do.
Okay.
Oh, yeah, I can talk forever.
As long as you can develop rapport with people and you work hard, you'll be successful in this business. That's it. Just talk to 10 people a week. 50 people a week, 10 people a day. Have 10 new people a day, you'll be successful. How about you?
I was a dental assistant for 22 years, and I'm in the Army, been in for 22 years.
Okay. People love retired military, right? And you've got processes and systems out the wazoo. So, hey, Brad, what's your background?
I was a contract executive over at Feld Entertainment.
Oh, okay.
Part of that sales and marketing internationally.
Wow. What a great sphere of influence you've got.
Yeah. It's touching them all. It is the tough part. And then I just retired from the Georgia State Guard, brigade commander. Colonel.
Okay. Wonderful. See, you've got, your life experience can be part of your value proposition. And then from a real estate perspective, I work with one of the best training companies in the world, and I don't mean in real estate. Keller Williams is the best training company in the world, according to whatever magazine tracks the best training. Even companies that specifically do training, we are listed number one. I work with one of the best offices in town that has the highest agent productivity. We've sold more properties than anyone else in our market, and build on that level for your experience. So, but I would encourage you now, while you guys are building your business, to create processes, because when you get busy, it's going to be too late. Then you're squeezing in trying to build a process, and I think it really makes a lot of sense, because that way you don't miss things. Checklist, I need to do this, I need to do this, I need to do this. And that'll be apparent when I talk to you a little bit about negotiations. And that can be, again, part of the value proposition that you share with other people. So we're going to talk a little bit about a marketing plan. And my marketing plan falls out of my pre-listing packet. And when, I don't know, have you guys been on, what's the third-party site that we get all of our marketing material from? Yeah, Scott. So they've got a really great pre-listing packet, and use that as your basis, and then build on that for what you do. So, and my assistant's I was going to grab one of mine to show you guys. First page is a personalized letter that I'm writing to the seller themselves. Now, the personalized letter is 4 paragraphs, and 3 of those paragraphs are the same to every seller it goes to. But the first paragraph is basically, hey, I thank you, Mr. Jones, Mr. and Mrs. Jones, for allowing me to be at your house. I'm an expert in this part of town, and I'd love to help you guys move on to the next phase with whatever. And so the first paragraph is customized. The rest of it is a letter. The next is a bio. Here's why you should work with me. Here's my background. The next page really then talks about what our team gets into from a marketing standpoint. And it could be, and and by the way, Scott Leroy is going to have stuff in there that you may or may not be willing to do. Starting out, one of my value propositions was that I would stage every house for people. And I knew not every other agent was doing that at the time. A lot more agents are doing staging now. And there are third-party stagers out there. I didn't have a lot of money, right? You know, it's my first, you know, we were just starting out getting my first listings. And so I found a stager who would be willing to work with me in this fashion. You know, after we signed the listing agreement, so I knew I was 90% likelihood I'm going to get paid. By the way, not every listing is going to sell. Things expire, people's lives change, they take their listing off the market, you know, whatever. So just count that 90% of the listings you're going to take are going to sell, but 10% of them are probably not. That's why my wife said she'd never get in the real estate business. She heard me too many times as we officed in the same office. Deals fall apart a week before closing. And, and so, you know, it's just, that happens. Well, welcome to this business, guys. And she goes, I don't have the wherewithal to handle that. But you know, I found a stager who would go in for $75. She would meet me at the listing, and she would walk around and tell the seller everything that they needed to do. We wouldn't actually physically move furniture. We'd go in and come up with a list of everything that they'd need to do. I'd walk around with my pencil and pad, and I'd take notes on everything that they would do. And then I'd come back and I'd type it up by room, and then just general suggestions that they had. Then I'd mail that back to the seller. And I will tell you, the compliance that I got out of the sellers when I did that process is much better than the compliance I have when I'm just doing it myself now, telling them what they need to do to get their house staged, because it's a third party telling them to do that. And they don't know that you're just spending $75 on having somebody come out and do that. So nice little value add. If you're willing to do that and spend the money up front on that listing, that's a nice little, that can be part of your marketing plan. You know, what are you going to do to market my house? Well, first, make sure that the house is in condition that it can be shown that somebody's going to be attracted to buy it. And what does that, and I'm pretty good at staging now, but I'll tell you the only reason I'm good at staging is because of the 50 or 60 or 75 that I walked around and took notes and you know, all these are she's saying the same thing every time. So we do it now. But having a third party adds a little more credibility to what you're doing. Next thing in a marketing plan is going to be photography. Do not, underline, do not take your own pictures. It's just, and by the way, when I first got into business, yeah, only probably about half the realtors did professional pictures. You can find a photographer for $250. And you know, a seller is going to expect you to spend some money on marketing their property. You know, they're not going to pay you an average of $10,000. That's about the average commission that we see in this market. They're not going to pay you 10 grand and you not spend any money on their property. So get professional pictures. We have a whole slew of photographers that do great work. And with COVID now, pictures are absolutely necessary because people are now buying properties without physically even looking at them. I'm getting contracts all the time, and not just unknown investors. I'm getting end users. I sold a condo on Siesta Key last week to some people from Washington, sight unseen, and so we're past the escrow period, inspection periods that they're going to close. They haven't seen it, and no. Yeah. So you know, have great pictures. And now, especially with COVID, where people are hesitant, some people are still hesitant to go out and look. And your sellers, especially if they live in the home, may be hesitant to have people come into their house. And this may be your value proposition. By the way, I have a whole COVID protocol that I put into my pre-listing packet of here's how we handle showings. Here's how we handle open houses. And here's what we do on an individual basis to protect people from COVID exposure. But a lot of photographers now will include a Matterport. Do you guys know what a Matterport tour is? you've seen them before where you can like, oh, I want to look in the bedroom, and you can click on it and it takes you to the bedroom, and you can look up and you can look down, look around a room. That's called Matterport. I think our photographer charges an additional $50 to do a Matterport on top of the $250 that they charge us. If the property is sited well, and what I mean by sited well, it's got a great preserve behind it, or a lake, or bayfront, or whatever, get drone shots. If you can. If you're close to the airport, you can't get drone shots, but most of the area you can get drone shots. And again, a lot of the good photographers, $50, they'll add a drone package to what you've got, because it really, you can get some very impressive pictures. So, you know, you've got first staging, then you've got photography, right? That's going to be out there. So let me just make sure I'm not, okay, offers, we're still on marketing. I just wanted to make sure that they didn't have specifically things that they wanted me to put in here. Pricing, by now you should have already figured out a price when you got the listing negotiated, but you know, there is some strategies to pricing, and you guys may not be aware of this, but what's a better price for the seller? $399,900 or $400,000? Why? Okay, so somebody's already shared that with you then. Okay. Okay. All right. So, Brad, did you catch that? You weren't in my CMA class.
No, I didn't hear that.
So a lot of people, and you'll see it, I have to laugh at agents that will put $399,900 into the listing as the listing price as opposed to $400. And the challenge that you have with that is that you make it more attractive psychologically, but if you've got somebody who's really, their price point is $450, they're going to maybe search from $400 to $450, and you're not going to, for $1,000, you're not going to show up in their search, and you would have been at the bottom end of their search had you had a house that met all their criteria, and they would have probably come in with a stronger offer than anyone else. So always do round numbers, you know, 400, 325, you know, 350, 375, just because people on Zillow or whatever will they'll pick the upper limit and lower limit that they're working from, and you don't want to miss a whole pack of people from that. So, so pricing, then obviously you got to get it in the MLS, right? You get your listing in the MLS, and it gets, fortunately with Keller Williams, our listings get propagated out to probably 1,200 different websites, maybe 1,400 different websites. Did you know that you can go into Zillow and change the list? So the MLS has real strict rules over what your pictures, your descriptions, and everything else look like, but Zillow and Realtor don't necessarily follow those guidelines. So, you know, if your first, you know, the MLS requires your first picture to be either the front of the house or the water view if there is one. And that's it. You can't use any other picture, either a water view or the front of the house. I saw one yesterday that somebody had a picture of the beautiful preserve behind the house. Sorry, that's, you know, I should have reported them. I just don't have time and I'm not going to worry about it. But no, you got to have a water view of the front of the house. Zillow doesn't care. So if you had a better, you know, if there's something cool about the house you want to show, like the swimming pool is your first picture, you can go into Zillow and make that change. MLS recently changed the number of photos that we could have and the length of the description. Right now, it's not an issue, but a year ago, you could only have 1,539 characters and 30 pictures. And we would always enhance going on Zillow and adding more pictures and adding more description and everything else. So, you know, don't hesitate to go into some of these third-party websites and puff up your listings. You know, if there's more that you can do to make it look better when you get it out there. And then, you know, so we've got our staging, we've got our pictures, we've got it now on the internet. Social media marketing. used to be when I do an open house, and some of you guys may not have been, I think Herald Tribune still does it, but the page is probably real small. Used to open up the real estate section on Sunday. In the middle section, there was a half-page map of all of Sarasota and Manatee County, and there'd be little dots of all the open houses. And then there'd be a little, a little ad with a picture of that open house. So number 34, we'd go, oh yeah, that's in the neighborhood I want to look at. And you'd go look at 34 and there'd be the description. Cost about $100 to do those ads in the Herald Tribune. I started using Facebook to market my listings, and I found out that I was getting 4 times as many people coming from Facebook for a $25 ad than I was a $100 ad in the Herald Tribune. And so guess what? Herald Tribune no more. And that's why papers are dying. Unfortunately, they're being usurped by this stuff. So you don't discount the power of social media marketing. And I will tell, and I know you guys probably have tested the waters a little bit doing Facebook ads. One trick that we've learned on Facebook ads, a general Facebook ad gets very little response, very little notice. Just, oh, want to move to Florida? Contact me. Or want to learn more about Lakewood Ranch? Contact me. But if you have a specific house that you've listed and you've got the price point and all of that information, especially in this market, people are going to be hitting your Facebook and interact with them. Keep your messenger up. And when they make a comment, our goal is to get them out of comments and get them over to Messenger. So if somebody makes a comment, because you don't want your conversation to be in the comment section of your ad, because you don't want everybody to see that sort of stuff. So if somebody makes a comment, we reply to them in the Messenger side. So now we begin our conversation in the Messenger side. And the goal, I actually have a lead manager, her job is to get these people from Messenger and get their phone number and get their email address. So then we pass it off to our agents to be able to go out. So your goal at that point should be trying to get an offline conversation out of Facebook and get them to where you can be sending them on a drip campaign or whatever if they're a buyer. So social media is huge. Facebook, Instagram, Twitter, all that stuff, and you can target your market. You can target, is it in the country club or is it in a neighborhood where it requires golf? We'll only target audiences that are looking for golf, and so telling these stories to the seller, and I'm walking them through this marketing plan, telling them why I do certain things, builds experience, builds credibility, and so that helps deliver success for you. So social media marketing, and then you want to keep track of how the marketing's going. How many people are looking at the property, and there's List Track. Are you guys familiar with List Track? It's a service that I think we have it through our realtor dues or KW pays for it. I don't know where it comes from, but List Track allows you to go in and look at all your listings, and it will tell you how many times your property came up in a search and how many views. And you should always be talking to your sellers, and we talk to our sellers a minimum of once a week to give them a marketing update. Well, let's go back to the bad old days where we had 5 months worth of inventory and 90 days on the market. You had no showings, you had nothing else going on. What are you going to tell the sellers going on? What'd you do this week to sell my property? Well, List Track is a great place to go to tell them what's going on. Well, I've been tracking the numbers on the internet to see on the 1,250 websites that we have you listed on to see how many times your property came up. And we see that it came up in 20,000 searches, and we had 5,000 detailed views on the last week. And that data is great data once you start using that data, you'll get a sense for how many views and how many click-throughs you should have. And you'll see if there's a mismatch. And I don't do this anymore because I've got a list manager, but if I remember correctly, my typical listing would have 20,000 views and about 5,000 click-throughs on a weekly basis. So if we start seeing that number go down, it probably means that we're losing interest on that, and it's time for a price change. And I know it's hard to believe in this market, but yes, there's time for a price change and bring the price down. Good information to have. Same thing, you guys familiar with reverse lookup on your listings? Let me show you.
We've never.
Okay. Let me try to move this somewhere. Really, it's not in here? By the way, I normally carry 10 to 15 listings. I've got 3 right now. It's just this market, it's impossible. There's just no inventory on the market. So, but when you have a listing, you seeing this, Brad?
Yeah, I can see it. Thank you.
Okay. So when you go to a listing, you can go down to reverse prospect. You can click on the listing. I don't know, I went real quick, so let me go back. When you log in and you have a listing, it'll be right here. Okay. So you can click on that and it brings up your list of listings. And pull up this property, just went on the market today. And at the bottom, there's a reverse prospect option. So this tells me all of these realtors sent this to a buyer. I don't know who the buyer is, but I know they sent it to a buyer. And by the way, here's all the buyers that love the property. Here's all the buyers that have an interest in the property. These are just buyers. And then, by the way, if you get down here, I'll show you at the very bottom. Yep. When you see somebody that has sent 1,500 properties to their buyer, that's not their buyer, that's them. They have a watch on that neighborhood, and everything that happens, it goes in. And yeah, you should have a watch too, by the way, on your listing. And if you are using command, set your sellers up on a neighborhood nurture so they know exactly what's going on in their neighborhood. You know, you want them to know when you want to be the one that tells them the Jones house went on the market. You don't want them calling you going, hey, but the guy across the street just put a sign up in the yard. How much is that going for? And you don't want to go, humana, let me call you back. Remember, because you're the expert, you're watching their property and want to know everything that's going on. So you should absolutely have a search on that neighborhood for active, pending, sold, expired, canceled, withdrawn, so that you know exactly what's happening in that market before it happens, because you don't want to be asked the question and not have the answer. And if you put them on a neighborhood nurture, your seller on a neighborhood nurture in command, you're going to be the one who tells them about it, because you're sending them an email of that new thing that came on. So everybody's well aware of it. So this is also data that I can tell a seller. I can go, yes, Mr. Jones, we have 200 realtors that have seen your listing on the MLS and have shared it with their buyers, you know, and you tell your seller that you do this sort of stuff, right? And again, that's part of your value proposition of what you're doing for that seller. You know, I'm keeping track of what's going on in the market. And in the days when we couldn't sell a property because it was a buyer's market, we actually would go in and call these agents. Or I would mass email them, you know. Laura Bell, she used to be on my team. Hi, Laura, this is Mark Midyett. You had a buyer who said they were extremely interested in my listing. I don't know who the buyer's name is, but the reference number for them is 882481. You can look in your contacts in the MLS, and that'll tell you which buyer loves my listing. Is there anything I can do to encourage you to show it and get an offer from your buyer? And that's actively working your listings. And that's actually something, that's a page in my pre-listing packet. You know, if you look at that Scott Leroy marketing, it's got real pretty pictures. So it might have staging and it's got pictures of pretty beautiful pictures of furniture laying around. Then you've got professional photography, and Scott Leroy has beautiful pictures of homes in the mountains. Don't use those, we live on the beach. But, and actually, by the way, talking about professional photography, I love bad photography because I will steal those images off the MLS and I will use them in my listing packet. Here's my picture of a bathroom. Here's some other agent who I won't tell you who they are, but here's their picture of the bathroom. You know, and my pre-listing packet actually has this. Would you rather have this or this? This or this? So it essentially shows them what happens. And then my next page in my pre-listing packet is prospecting. And what do I do to prospect? I tell my seller, most agents put the sign in the yard, put the listing in the MLS, and then pray that somebody's going to come make an offer. I'm actually going out and trying to sell your listing. And these are the things that I'm doing. I'm doing social media marketing. I'm putting you out on over 1,500 websites. I'm monitoring the web activity. And I'm also calling all the agents who have people that are interested in your property. In addition, I go one step further in a different market. Not today, we don't need to do this, but I will actually look at every agent that either represented a buyer or a seller in that neighborhood in the last 12 months. And I will call all those agents to let them know that that property was on the market. That I've got a new property on the market. I see you sold in this neighborhood. You must have buyers that might be interested in this neighborhood. Sally agent, I just wanted to make you aware of my property. I'd love for you to show it. And sometimes that works, you know, but from the seller's point of view, they want to know that you're actively doing something. And people go, as an agent, what can I actively do to get a property sold? Well, that's what you can actively do. You can go out, and I will tell you, probably 1% of the RE/MAX agents, 1/4% of Coldwell Banker, 0.5% of Michael Saunders, and maybe 5% of Keller Williams agents do that. So as long as you're not competing against one of those small people, you know, that small group of people, you've already set yourself up as doing more than the next day. Why does somebody buy something over something else? I'm getting more over here. You've got to give them more over here to want to work with you. And that's why I do all these things. And I'll tell you, when I started getting busy as a single agent and doing 12 listings a year, and now that doesn't sound like many, but it was hard. It was hard to get all that done. That's when you start hiring an assistant to do all those things for you, and then you do 24 listings, right? So we call all the agents. You guys do open houses? Absolutely do an open house. And by the way, especially in this market, you gotta time your open houses correctly. You know, right now we only put houses on the market on Fridays because I want to do an open house on Saturday. I don't want it sold before, you know, I don't want to put it on Tuesday and have it sold before we have an opportunity to do an open house, because you know, and I know, and if the seller doesn't know, the main reason we do an open house is to collect buyers and maybe another seller. It's really not to sell that house most of the time. In this market, it actually is, because buyers, and this is a great time because buyers are, if you can get listings now, you're going to get buyers in your pipeline, because buyers are no longer working. They're not going to go to agents that don't have listings, because if you don't have a listing, your chance to win the contract is very minimal. So get a listing if you can, because that's the way. So your phone's going to ring off the hook with buyers that are going to want to see the listings that you've got. So, and they'll show up at your open houses and convert them to work with you. And by the way, when you have an open house, it's not just the 3 hours that you're spending at the open house and the half hour putting up signs and afterwards. There's work involved. And one of the best things that you can do, and your value proposition to your seller, but it benefits you more than them, is You know, Mr. Jones, we like to put a house on Friday because Saturday we want to be able to do an open house on it. And if we put it on any earlier, you know, we may attract offers, but I want to get as much exposure as we can, and an open house is going to get you that exposure. And so I'd like to put it on Friday before we might get another offer that and give you an opportunity to get a better offer. And to do that, I'm going to let all your neighbors know that I'm having an open house on Saturday, and I'm going to invite them to the open house, because it's typically our best people are when neighbors have a friend that wants to move in the neighborhood, or they know people that want to come in. So then call 100 people in the neighborhood. There's tools out there, Coal Directory, I use Mojo. It will give you a list of all the people in the neighborhood. There's people on a do not call list, but guess what? Do not call list doesn't count on this, because here's the script. Hello, Mr. Smith. This is Mark Midyett with the Midyett Dutoit team at Keller Williams Realty Select. I just am putting your neighbor's house, the Joneses' house, on the market tomorrow, and I'm having an open house. And they asked me to give you a call to invite you down because we'd love to get your opinion of the price and condition. Am I selling them anything? I just invited them to an open house. That's it. I'd love to get your opinion of price and condition. Now you get, and the sellers that will show up. The only reason, and this is my script when somebody walks into an open house. Hi, how you doing? I'm Mark Midyett. Find most people come into an open house for two reasons. Either they're looking to buy a house or they're wondering what the value of theirs is. Which one are you? And they'll laugh. You know, oh, I'm a neighbor. I'm just nosy. So you really want to know how this house compares to yours, don't you? Yeah, I do. Well, we've got this house on for $285, and you know, if you want, all houses are different, locations different, views are different, finishes are different. I'd be happy to do a market analysis on your property. Can I get your name and number, and I'll call you next week? Boom, there's listing number 2 for you, right? So use that. That's part of your marketing proposition if you're willing to do it. Don't put all this stuff in your Scott Leroy marketing pre-listing packet if you're unwilling to do it, because you don't want to be called on it. So that's how I market a property, and that's the correct way to market a property. Any questions or thoughts? Or
I just have a question about an open house. When you have like 6 people come to the house and you're there by yourself, and you have to handle.
you can't do it in this market with COVID. I wouldn't do it. I'd find a friend, and you've got to do crowd control. I mean, part of our COVID policy is we don't allow more than 4 people in the house at a time. And we put a sign on the door to that effect, and we have one agent inside and one agent outside. And then they trade places every half hour. They trade places, and you do crowd control so that and that will make your seller feel more comfortable. We don't allow more than 4 people in a house at any one time for COVID purposes. And we require everyone to wear masks. You don't want to wear a mask, you ain't coming in my open house. So, and you may have somebody that doesn't care, but half the people probably do care that you're doing that, seller. So and the people that don't care aren't going to be offended that that's your policy. So I would make that your policy under COVID, and then, but let's say we're not under COVID and you've got 6 people coming in. You just got to do your best, you know, and you've got to kind of try to introduce yourself to each one and quickly assess, you know, what the opportunity is for yourself, and you'll get a feel of who the looky-loos are. All right, I'll let them go, and you know, I'll deal with this guy that's the real deal. And you'll see people walk out that you didn't get a chance to talk to, and you're going, oh, I'd love, you know, and it happens. But if you know you're going to have a hot open house, might as well find a partner, and they'll love you to work, to invite them to come do the open house with you, right? So, all right, that's marketing, and that was 50 minutes of marketing.
I have a question about Facebook. Do you go to command or you do it direct on Facebook?
So we were doing command ads, and I know it integrates nicely. And it is, you've got to weigh your time, the value of your time. We do our own ads outside of command, and we have a better result. We have more engagement on the ads that we do, but it takes more time, more effort. And I've got a full-time marketing person that does my Facebook ads. But if I was a single agent, probably do command as you can. But remember, advertise something specific. And if you don't, and for buyers, if you don't have something specific, go to Neil community, one of these new home construction communities. Do you mind if I highlight your model? You know, do you have any inventory that's coming up? Do you mind if I market that on Facebook? And you can look at our Facebook page. We market a lot of new home communities, and one of my agents is going to meet somebody out and register them in the community. If they buy later, great. We're gonna, so, but advertise a specific home. You're gonna always do better by doing that. So.
Because I find that if you do direct on Facebook, you can target more.
Mm-hmm.
Command is just a mile radius, and you cannot target specific areas or groups.
Okay, well then you really have to do it outside of Facebook. I mean, outside of command. So, any ahas?
Oh, yeah.
What's going to be the one thing coming out of this for marketing?
Definitely, I'm gonna keep my open house and try some things. By the way, when you get your phone number, just for like I'm gonna do building this time. So how do I get just the building? How do you get the phone number of the people living in the building?
They're either Mojo or Cole Property Resources or Espresso. Those are all services. I use Mojo and Cole Property Resources together because I use them for different reasons. But you can do a neighborhood lookup and it'll give you all their phone numbers. If it were me sitting in your shoes as a new agent, I would make sure that I had the best pre-listing packet that basically outlined what I'm going to do so you guys you do your open house this afternoon, right? Let's just say you're going to do an open house this afternoon and you get somebody who agrees to let you come do a market analysis on their house. What are you going to hand them as your value proposition, why they're going to work with you?
At this point, I cannot do that.
So what's your one thing? You guys have to develop your own one thing, but if it were me, I'd be prepared because you just never know when that opportunity is going to come up, that you're going to have a listing opportunity. Or a friend, hey, I knew that you were in the business and I know you're new, but I talked to my neighbor and they said they'd agree to let you come in, and you never know when that phone call could come right now and you're going to go out and take it and then you got nothing to show them, right? So I'd make that my one thing if I were you. Offers and negotiations. All right, best practices. All right, I get an offer in, and this is what I tell all my sellers. I have a process for this, and I will give you my process. I'm happy for you to steal it. So I get an offer in. Before I do anything, I look at who the agent is that's sending me the offer. I want to know, are they experienced or not? So I'll just kind of show you real quickly what I do. Search agent. Who's an agent you guys have worked with recently? Just give me a listing agent, anybody's name. Marina, yep, Solo. I know Marina, right? Okay, so I'm going to look up Marina. Marina sent me an offer on my property. I'm going to look up Marina. Okay, she's got her picture in the MLS. That's a plus. She's at least gone that far. I'm going to feel she's a little more professional. I've created my own cross-property search here on the MLS. And it's telling me I want to know all the actives, all the pendings, all the temporarily off markets, and all the solds for the last year. And I want to know how many Marina's done. 37. She's done, she hasn't sold 37. She's got a bunch of actives and a bunch of pendings. But what this tells me, I'm going to look at Marina and go, All right, she's an experienced agent. Good news. And I've talked to my new buyer's agents about that. I don't want to work against the experience. They're going to tear me up. No, you do, because here's the thing that I've found. New agents tend to be overzealous representing the person that they're helping, either the buyer or the seller. And experienced agents are always trying to work to make the deal happen. So you want to work with an experienced agent because they're going to try because every deal has hair on it. Every deal has something that goes sideways. You want somebody on the other side that is going to try and help brainstorm with you how to figure out how to make it work. So I'm going to go, yeah, Marina, I see she's got a bunch of listings. Now let me see what she does representing buyers. Because she sent me a buyer contract. All right. Well, she does more listings than buyers, but she's got experience. I trust her. So that tells me she's good. I had an agent that submitted an offer the other day. It was, and my first glance, I pulled up, okay, how many listings has he done? He had like 20 listings on there. I went, all right, this guy's going to be experienced. And I clicked through. Every one of them were canceled or expired. I should hire him for my ISA to schedule appointments for me. You schedule the appointments, I'll go in and close them because he's getting appointments, but he's not pricing the properties right. He's not marketing correctly. I don't know, but to me, the guy hadn't closed any deals. He's had all these listings that he hasn't closed a single deal. I've got an inexperienced agent on the other side. There's nothing you can do about it, but that's information. And so, all right, experienced or inexperienced, I know that much about the person that sent me the offer. Next step, who are the buyers? Now, you may not know anything, but hopefully if there's financing involved, they sent you a pre-approval letter. Generally on that pre-approval letter, you might find the buyer's home address. Okay, Mr. Warstein, John Warstein in Boston, Massachusetts. I'm Googling John Warstein in Boston, Massachusetts. I want to know who the buyer is. Why? Because you're going to negotiate differently with an artist than you are an accountant, right? And so I want to know who I'm dealing with on the other side, okay? Next step I go through is I pull the pre-approval letter and I look and see, is it a real pre-approval or is it just one of those where they called the lender, they gave them their social security number and told them how much money they made. And they said, okay, if all that's accurate, then we'll give you the loan. Or have they sent them tax forms? Have they sent them their pay stubs and all of that information? Then I'm calling the lender. Hey, Frank, I see you gave me a pre-approval letter on the Warsteins. They're making an offer on my property. It's this much. How far along in underwriting are you? What have you done? Oh man, yeah, that pre-approval letter I gave them is old. It's they've now sent me their tax returns. I've got their pay stubs. They're good as gold. So good. I want to have that information ahead of time. What can you tell me? What do you know about them? I want to know again. Are they? Maybe I didn't find anything on Google. Are they an actor? Or are they an artist? I got an offer from a guy who works for the MTA in New York City. And I found that this agent wouldn't tell me, but the lender would. Oh, is he strong? Has he got strong employment? Oh, he works for the MTA. Stay in curiosity, ask a lot of questions, because all this information that you find out about the person on the other side, the agent, the buyer, is all things that you're going to be able to use in your negotiation. Now I've got all that information. Now I'm going to finally call the other agent and I'm going to say, hey, Sally, thank you so much for submitting your offer on my Ice Capades house. I really appreciate it. What can you tell me about your buyer? Well, what do you want to know? And that's usually what I get. Oh, have you shown them a lot of houses? And then that's a little bit of oh my God, yeah, we've been out, for the last 4 weekends. We've made 8 offers. Oh, you've made 8 offers. What happened to those offers? Did they not make a high enough offer? And now they've been burned. They understand this market's really hot and they've got to come in strong. Or did they make offers and they go to contract and during the inspection? Did they back out? You know, you want to know what kind of people you're dealing with and how they're going to work, and ask as many questions. And I represent all my sellers as a single agent. We can do single or transaction agent. Most other agents are transaction agents and they don't know how to spell single agent. And if you asked enough questions the right way, you can find out more information than you'd ever want to know. The agents should, you know, just don't give other agents any information. It is my advice to you. But other agents will give you information, and you're going to use that to your advantage. Now you've gathered all this data. You know who they are. You know who the agent is. Now I'm going to present the offer, and we're going to talk about the merits of the offer with the seller. But and then we're going to strategize. Okay, do we counter? And how do we counter? Well, Mr. Seller, here's what I know about the buyers. You know, this guy's an accountant. He's a numbers guy. I'm sure that, you know, they've looked at the comps in the area and this is where they came from. I talked to, and I'll even ask the other agent this. Tell me, are your buyers, do you know, are they high-low people, or have they thrown out their best deal? And they'll often tell you, oh, you know, they put this offer out there to see what your sellers would do. Oh, so they want to go high-low. Because that's, you know, that's a great piece of advice to be able to give your seller is, you know, all right, we've got it listed at 325. They came in at 290. Do we counter at 320, hoping that they're going to come up to, you know, 300? And are we going to do this? Or did they throw out their best offer and we're going to reject it altogether? Which you can do. Reject. Sorry, Sally, my sellers think your people are too low. It's not even worth countering. If they want to come back with a more realistic offer, they're more than welcome to. But you decide that strategy with the sellers themselves. And your job is to gather as much information for the sellers to be able to help them make an intelligent negotiation strategy with you. Some sellers will go, I'll just let you do, I know you're going to do the best deal for me, Mark. You know, you do, tell me what you come up and negotiate, and then I'll tell you whether we're going to accept it. And I'll do that as well. And most agents actually approach it that way, and that's wrong because not all sellers, you know, want to, you know, you negotiate something out and then you take it to your seller and they want to negotiate further. And you go back to Sally agent, she goes, but you and I were talking, I thought we negotiated that we were going to get here. Well, I hadn't really taken it to my seller. No, you've got to do this in conjunction with your seller the entire time. So did you guys write down that whole process of what to do when you get an offer? Because that's not from any book or whatever. It's what I've learned. That's my process. That's my step process. And
So we always check the records for the agent that's putting in the offer.
I want to know what kind of agent I'm working with.
Every single offer.
With well, this listing we just put on, I bet we'll get 20 offers by Monday. So, and let's talk about that because in this market, that's going to happen, right? Well, how are you going to handle 20 offers? And you can't, and I'll tell you, my phone's ringing off the hook. Can you tell me how old the roof is? You know, I can't answer, you know, if 20 agents are making offer, I got 50 people showing it and I can't answer 50 times how old the roof is. I don't know. The seller didn't know. It's not in the seller's disclosure. You know, go look up the permit yourself. And I don't want to sound rude because I really try to work with agents, but I had an agent mad at me because she was only able to talk to Danielle. Danielle knows as much of, actually more about my listings than I do. She'd called about a listing and Danielle gave her all the information. Well, I really want to talk to Mark about this. Mark's busy. Well, she's now got her broker calling Scott because I wouldn't take her call. It's like, lady, I'm going to have 25 offers on this listing. I can't, you know, I'm sorry, I can't. Danielle took care of you. She answered every question you had. And so, and by the way, I looked up the agent, 0 transactions. So I'm not too worried about it. But anyway, so yeah, I do that so we're talking about multiple offers. So I'll start gathering information. I just basically make a spreadsheet. Who the agent is, because that's what I have in the email, who the agent is, how much they offered, how much earnest money they're putting down, what close date they wanted to have, is it financing or not? If it's financing, what type of financing, what percentage are they putting down? You know, because the seller, I had a seller accept an offer. We had one that came in at 325 last week with an FHA loan at 96.5% financing, and we had an offer come in at 320 with conventional 80% financing. It was worth the $5,000 to them to go with conventional financing because it's more likely to close and not have any issues with the, you know, the other people don't have much money for down payment. You know, if the appraisal's off or anything else, it's a big risk for the seller. So what type of financing it is, what percentage it is, and then if there's any other contingencies out here, then I just simply collect the data as they come in. You know, this deal on Ice Capades, it's an attorney situation. The attorney's not going to look at it till Tuesday. So I don't have time to look at every offer in depth. I'm just going to get them in, put them in my spreadsheet, get them in. Tuesday morning, I'm going to have all the offers in. Then I'm going to say, all right, look at the highest and lowest and try to arrange them in some order. And then I'm going to take the 3 best to my seller and say, okay, here's the offers that we have. Do you want to accept, negotiate, or reject? Because those are the 3 things that they can do at that point.
In a situation like that, that you're receiving several offers, what is the time frame that the offers come in? I mean, do they give a week?
Well, some of them give 1 day, and you know what? If they want to, and I put that in the realtor remarks, the seller will not be responding to this offer until Tuesday. So if they want to put 1 day, they can. And I hate to say this, but that in this market, that date is kind of meaningless. Now in other markets, and when it's a buyer's market, the buyer's looking at this house and looking at this house, and they like this one a little bit better, but they don't want to risk losing this one if they can't get this one. So they may put 1 day on it, and if you don't respond, then they go put an offer on this house and it's gone. I had an agent who I told her I couldn't, or her offer, she put a 1 day response, even though we told her this was a deal just last week, that the sellers are not going to be able to respond until Tuesday. She put a 1 day restriction on it. She had the winning offer. I went back to her on Tuesday and I said, the sellers want to counter your offer. Would your buyers still interested? Because you only put a 1 day on it. I'm too busy to respond right now. I'm showing buyers. I'm going to be with buyers all day. So, okay, at 4:30, I said, I need to have an answer from you by 5 o'clock if your buyers are interested, or we're going next. And she never responded. We went next, negotiated the deal, agent in this office now, who has got the other side of the deal. And at 9 o'clock that night, I've just sent my new offer to you. My buyers were willing to come up. I said, it's gone. We've sold it. What do you mean you sold it? Look, real estate's a right now business. And Steve, who's my partner, the lady who brought him into this office, Jan Martin, so she trained Steve with Keller Williams, and she's well retired. She taught that to me and Steve both. Real estate's a right now business. It's don't wait on anything. Don't let your feet drag on offers, negotiations, or any of that. Because if somebody calls you, call them right back. The likelihood, you know, I don't know if you guys have seen the statistics, but you have a 90% higher likelihood of converting a lead if you contact them within 5 minutes. You know, so if you have somebody call you off one of your ads or something like that, and you take a day to respond to them, the likelihood is something like 0.12% of converting them if you've waited a day. I've got the statistics in my office, so do it right now. And sometimes it's not possible. Sometimes we lose opportunities because we didn't do right now. Life gets in the way. And by the way, you do real estate. The reason we're in real estate, we get to make our own hours and do things. You get to work any 40 hours you want. So, all right. So this goes into what I mentioned earlier. So when buyer makes offer and you've now done all those things with the seller, they can either counter, which is basically go into negotiation, or accept the offer. And by the way, when you're talking to your sellers, it's more than price. There's close dates that are critical to them. There's how much escrow they're putting in. As I illustrated earlier, it's the amount of financing that they have. You know, it's much better to get somebody with conventional financing that's putting a lot of money down than somebody who is putting only 3.5% down. I feel sorry for those first-time home buyers that are going to miss out on opportunities because they don't have the cash, but that's what this market's about. I mean, I've got empathy for them. You know, fortunately, my daughter bought 2 years ago and as a first-time buyer, and she could get a, you know, it wasn't the same market we're in. They wouldn't be able to buy right now in this market, or they reject the offer, and you can do any of those things. Negotiate. And this goes back to what I said, experienced agents versus non-experienced agents. Win-win. Let's try to figure out what we can do to make a deal happen. If you've got a buyer that wants to buy the house, you've got a seller that wants to sell the house, don't let obstacles get in the way. And you know, I see a lot of agents using the as-is contract as opposed to the standard FAR Bar 5. I prefer the standard FAR Bar 5 over the as-is, because when I'm representing a seller and we go to contract and it's the standard contract, short of them not getting their financing or my seller being able to deliver clear title, we know it's going to close. So my sellers can move forward with their plans. You know, they can move, they can call the moving company, they can do all those things that you need to do. Now they've got 30 days to get out of their house, and you don't want to tell them 2 weeks later, well, the buyer continued shopping while they were doing the inspection period with yours, and they decided your neighbor put their house across the street on the market and they liked it better, so they're canceling yours. You don't want to go to that, tell your sellers that after they've started packing. So, you know, I try to do a standard contract, but a lot of people now, it's the prevalent contract now is the as-is contract. And, you know, a lot of buyers will use that as a second opportunity to renegotiate. So, so you need to prepare your seller that if we have an as-is contract, we need to expect that we're going to negotiate the terms today, and we need to anticipate that the other agent is going to come back and try to negotiate the terms after they do their inspection. And if you don't prepare your seller for that, people don't like unexpected things to happen, and so that's potentially what might happen is they well, wait a second, you didn't tell me this could happen, and then they get mad at you. You don't want them mad at you. If they knew going in that was a possibility of happening, then you're going to be in a much better position. But be prepared that you may have to negotiate. And what I try to do, if somebody submits an as-is contract, I tell them up front that we've negotiated this contract once. We're not negotiating again, short of something critical in the house, like termites that requires tenting or the foundation problems or whatever. My seller doesn't want to renegotiate. Now, I have that power in this market, because if they are not going to agree to it, we can always go next because there's another buyer right behind them. But you don't always have that power. Now you may have to be in a position where you're negotiating repairs down the road after the contract. So, so negotiations aren't just the upfront portion. There, you may be negotiating secondarily at the as-is after the inspection. So, and I guess this is pretty generic, but you know, get the executed contract. By the way, agents, there's a lot of dumb and lazy agents, and I've given you a few stories of some already. They're not going to fill out their contract completely. You know, I got one yesterday that had said they were getting financing, but no financing terms whatsoever. I don't know whether it's conventional. I don't know whether it's FHA. I don't know how much money they're putting down. I called the agent. I said, what are the financing terms? Well, why do you need to know that? Well, you know, my seller is going to look at your deal a little differently if you're putting 50% down than if you're putting 5% down. So which is it? Oh, well, they're putting 5% down. Oh, I guess that's why you didn't tell me up front, right? And so I make them go and put different, you know, put it down. So make sure everything is completed. Had somebody last week, it's just because I'm getting so many contracts in this crazy market that didn't check whether they could assign the contract or not. And then I sent it back to them and they signed it and they checked it and initialed it, that after we've negotiated everything, the buyer's agent, who again, new agent, never done any deals, sent it back. The buyer may assign the contract and be released from liability. My seller's not going to agree to that. You guys know what I'm talking about, right, in the contract? Yeah. So there's a clause. There's little 3 check boxes. They're in the middle of a paragraph. You can miss them easily. So may not assign this contract, may assign but retain liability, or may assign and be released from liability. Which, if you're a buyer and you do that, that's golden. I could get a contract on your house and assign it and be released from liability. And in this market, I could turn around and find another buyer who's willing to buy it from me for $50,000 more, have your house sold to somebody else before you sell it to me, and now you owe them, you're dealing with them and you don't know who they are. So you never want that one done together. So make sure that everything's completed on the contract beforehand. And remember, you aren't going to have an effective date until everything is done correctly on the contract. All the addendums, all the check boxes, all the initials. And, you know, it may not sound like a big deal to be running around for an initial for a week, but it is, because now you said you're going to close in 30 days. You've got a 15-day inspection period. We took another week to get that initial that we were waiting on. Guess what? The clock didn't start ticking now. So now their inspection period goes to a week before closing. So 1 week before closing, the buyer can cancel for any reason on an as-is contract. So, you know, change the effective date if you need to, or whatever, if you're chasing those things around, but don't let a contract languish out there without having the proper data on it.
Luckily, I negotiated with 2 agents. Both of them were, like, we have 30+ years experience in real estate, so that was a good thing for me.
Yeah.
First 2, they were really calm and focused. And so, but what happened, I submitted the offer, and then we went into negotiation by email. And then once we agreed on something, then they asked me, okay, now write this up again, fully, and then everybody, you know, will sign it. So is that common?
Yeah, that's the way I prefer. So here's what I tell my sellers, and when you're filling out the listing agreement, there's a little checkbox in there, withhold all verbal offers. And you can check that. And basically that means that you're only going to accept a written offer from that seller, right? I don't check that. Because here's what I tell my sellers. My practice is I don't accept offers from other agents unless it's in the form of a contract. But if you said withhold verbal offers, then you have to run that contract back and forth as you're negotiating all these terms and get initials, have it come back and all that. So you're basically that email, you're negotiating verbally. And so that's common. Yes, I do, because it's just a pain. And real estate's a right now business. We got to get things under contract as quick as possible. So if we're running around trying to get signatures and initials, and then they want to counter again, they're getting signatures and initials, and then the whole contract, you can't read it because it's got all these initials poked all over it. Yeah, it's better to, if you can do that. Sometimes you don't want to do that based on who the agent is on the other side, by the way. So, yeah. Oh, and by the way, on that as-is negotiation, I had one a month ago where the agent, I gave her the spiel, don't come back to me and try to negotiate after the contract. And she came back and they wanted a $5,000 credit. Well, I know what market we're in, and it was one of those where I have a big spreadsheet of offers, and a lot of them were investors, and those investors are still there. They didn't stop. If they found another house, they're still willing to buy this one. And I told her, all right, shall I send you the release and cancellation, was my answer to her. So she came back. The buyer here has sent this addendum requesting a $10,000 credit and, to be able to move forward. Seller rejects your addendum. Shall I send you a release and cancellation? Guess what? We're closing next week with her. So, and we didn't negotiate anything. So it depends on the market you're in. You can't always do that, but the sellers have the power right now. Any ahas out of that? Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Then what do you gather all the data and put it on the spreadsheet so that you can present it to the sellers?
Yeah.
So that they're well informed?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and it's up to them to negotiate the deal. It's their house, it's their money. You can advise them, and we're just simply giving them enough data to help them make a more intelligent decision. And where I've come up with this is just years of experience of the seller asking me, well, you know, how far along are they in their financing? Oh, I didn't ask that, you know, or, you know, is the other agent experienced? Oh, I didn't look that up, you know, so I've come to, this is my checklist of things. I don't even, you know, have to write it down or go to it. I just know this is what I'm going to do first, what I'm going to do second, what I'm going to do next. Contract to close. Okay. Gary Keller, what does Gary say? When it comes to bulletproofing the transaction, take the everything can go wrong approach. Everything will go wrong and come up with ways to possibly prevent them from happening or effectively deal with them when they do. That basically goes back to what I said about do a standard contract instead of an as is. Everybody's tied. Everybody's going to do a contract, you know, and tell your seller, now look, if we do a standard contract, you may be on the hook for 1.5% of repairs. Is that an expense that you're willing to go to? If they say no, well, what are you want? Well, I don't want to do more than $500 worth of repairs. Well, $500 on that contract essentially turns that into an as-is contract, because if they find $501 worth of repairs, then then the buyer can cancel anyway, just like an as-is. So that's why I like a standard contract. You know, everything else on bulletproofing the transaction, you know, make sure that you've, you know, have filled out the transaction correctly. Go to every contract class you can. Nobody out-contracts me. And I say that because I go to all the contracts classes. I learn something every day, because there are nuances on the contract that you can use to your advantage and that you can make sure bulletproof. Make sure there's enough days in between all you know, everything that happens. Count the number of days out on inspection period. Count the days out on loan approval. Do any of them fall on a weekend? And then is that a 3-day weekend on a holiday? Guess what? If the inspection period ended tomorrow, when's the true end of that based on the contract? Anybody know? I just didn't know, let's say tomorrow. Let's say the inspection period ends tomorrow. Mm-hmm. Yeah, let's say it ends today. No. It's calendar days unless the end of the calendar days falls on a weekend or national holiday. 5 p.m. Tuesday. Close of business on Tuesday.
I'm settled.
Mm-hmm.
But then it's good to know.
Yeah. But you know, that could affect what happens to your sellers and the decisions they make. You know, I've got a lady right now who had movers coming on the 18th, and the inspection period ends on the 18th. And I'm going, I'd move them one day, you know, just to be safe. You know, you don't want to move all your furniture out, and then at 5 o'clock that night or midnight that night, if it's on the calendar day, by the way, it falls on, they go to midnight to notify you. But if it falls on a weekend, it goes to 5 p.m. the following business day. So anyway, so you want to make sure, understand the contract inside and out. You don't want to do anything that's going to make it fall apart. You want to make sure you've got clear title. You know, obviously get all the stuff going with the title company. You know, if you are paying for title, and I encourage my sellers to pay for title as part of the deal. That way, because we always use attorneys to do the closing, in which case then they've got legal representation if you use the right type of attorney. The buyer's not represented in that transaction by an attorney. Your seller is. Whoever pays for title is typically, whoever pays for title with an attorney, depending on the attorney should be, but a lot of attorneys, good attorneys will take on that they represent that person as their person. So if things go sideways, stay on top of what's going on with that loan. Call that lender every day. Hopefully they've got a good lender that puts you in the loop and sends you emails of what's going on. But, you know, stay on top of it as often as you can. You know, put tickler dates on and call the lender. You know, they have 5 days to make application. You know, on day 4, call the lender. Have you got everything you need for their application? You know, yes or no. And then when do you expect it to go to underwriting? Well, we're still waiting on this, this, and this. Well, when did they tell you they're going to get it to you? Oh, they said next Tuesday. All right, I'm going to call you on Wednesday to see if you got it. And by the way, lenders, the contract states that the lender has to cooperate with you and give you this information. And what I found are lenders are extremely helpful because they want your business. So they're gonna do what they, and if you find a lender that is really helpful and cooperative, use them. You know, if they're helpful and cooperative on the other side, they're going to be really helpful and cooperative if you decide to do it. Get the closing disclosure or ALTA. Understand how to read that. Make sure that all the calculations are correct. What's the first thing you look at on an ALTA to make sure it's correct? I look at my commission. So, yeah. So anyway, yeah, you want to look at that, but then you want to look at everything that your seller is being charged to make sure it's accurate. There's often junk fees in there, and you know, I fight with title companies, especially in Tampa. They're really bad about this. If the buyer is coming from Tampa and they use a Tampa title company, you know, and it's everything in the contract says the buyer will pay for all closing costs. And then they were charging $100 document review fee to the seller. What the hell is this? Well, we charge that. Well, I'm sorry, charge it to the buyer because my seller, according to the contract, isn't paying for that. And I've gotten, I mean, really heated discussions with title companies, and it's accurate. I mean, I've had sellers actually contact their attorney and contact title companies and go, you know, and you call the other agent. Looks like we're going to have to start over and pick a new closing date because we need a new closing agent. The one you've picked is trying to charge my seller outside the contract. How do you want to handle it? I've had other agents pay the junk fees because I'm not paying. It's not coming out of my commission. You pick those jokers, so it's your deal. Pardon me? Yes. I'd recommend. They charge the same. There's no difference in fees. And you know, when I was licensed in Texas, people only use title companies, and so it was new to me to come here, and it's actually really refreshing. It was awkward, you know, when I started closing my own house. I'm not an attorney to do this, but then now it's, you know, it's really nice because you'll have deals go sideways, and if the attorney's representing your seller, they'll get involved. They'll make phone calls for you, and that, you know, an attorney making a phone call is powerful. So the closing, you know, make sure that that's going to work. People typically don't sit down together at closings, especially with COVID. And you know, some people still like to, but your sellers don't want to sit there for 2 hours while the buyers are filling out loan documents or signing, you know, this stack of loan documents. Should take your sellers less than half an hour to do their signing. Typically if they want to meet the buyers, we'll do it like start a half hour in advance, and then the buyers will be scheduled at the second, you know, after that, and they'll meet each other and go on their way. You know, people can do remotely now and everything else. Make sure, by the way, that you know where all the keys and garage door openers are before closing. Put that on your checklist that you check with the other agent ahead of time. Do the walkthrough a day before closing or the morning of closing. You have a right to, according to the contract, and you want to make sure that the refrigerator's still there. I had a seller from Texas. In Texas, the refrigerator doesn't stay with the house. In Florida, the refrigerator stays with the house. They'd moved, we did the walkthrough, there's no refrigerator. You know, well, what are we gonna do about it? Well, sellers had to buy a new refrigerator for the buyers. And actually they gave them a credit and the buyers went out and bought their own. And it wasn't a big deal because now they got a credit for $1,000 and they bought it out of a brand new one instead of a rusty one. But, you know, do that walkthrough. Go, and during your walkthrough, make sure, or you're representing sellers, excuse me. They're going to do a walkthrough. If they don't want to do a walkthrough, don't worry about it. That's their problem. But make sure that your sellers leave the keys and you let the buyer's agent know where the keys are. Generally, we leave all the keys in a drawer in the kitchen, like where the silverware is, and take one key to closing so the buyers can get into the house, and make sure the keys are delivered to the closing agent. You know, you don't, when you're done with a deal, you want to go cash your check and celebrate. You don't want to be running, letting somebody in the house for that. Oh, and by the way, the most important thing, and this is way back in your marketing piece, when you get a contract on a house, go put a sold sign on it. Go put a sold sign on it. No, I put solds. And because solds are more impactful. And then here's what I do, and I learned this from another agent who sold the house across the street from my house. And I'm watching them and I go, oh, they had that listing, and then, oh, it sold. And then I saw them come put the sold sign on. There's a time of day you should put the sold sign on. I didn't realize this. 5:30. Because when you're out there putting the sold sign on, make a big deal of it. People are walking their dogs. People are just getting home from work. They want to know what you sold it for. You can't tell them, but they're going to come and have a conversation with you. Guess what? Those count as real estate conversations, one of your 10 that day. So if you have 5 neighbors come and talk to you about the house, you've had 5 real estate conversations, and maybe you turned one of them into a deal, right? So go at 5 or 5:30, put the sold sign on, and make a big production of it. You know, I mean, it's I almost like you're an actor. I put my car and I'll get out of it and I'll slowly get out and I'll look at the house and look at the sign, look up and down the street, you know, and then I'll get my sign out, and then I'll go get my screwdriver out of the back. I'm carrying my sign around. I'll walk up to the front door, no reason. I just want people to see me walking around with a sold sign. Right? It sounds silly, but it works. And you know, what harm is there, right? And then go put that sold sign on, and people walk by. Oh, what'd you sell it for? Can't really tell you because it's not going to close for another couple of weeks. But I know, you know, the other agent tells me they're a really nice couple. I think you're going to have some great neighbors here. Oh, we're thinking about moving. Oh, really? So, you know, there's your, you know, that's the way to do it. By the way, when it closes, it's no longer the seller's property. I had a seller show back up at her house and go into it, and the buyers came, and there she was in the house, and it was like, no, when all those papers are signed, it's closed, even if it hasn't funded, by the way. Sometimes the wiring instruction, you know, the wire comes in at 5 o'clock from, you know, the title company has it, and you're signing the stuff, and it's too late to send the wire that day, and the seller doesn't get his money till the next day. Sorry, according to the contract, that's considered closed. You have to give away possession of your house. So keep the transaction together. I can't even see this. Glasses. Yeah, here's your checklist right here. Yeah. So you really want to do, you know, doing a great job for your sellers is going to get you more business from the neighbors and all of their friends. Are you guys familiar with The Promise? Mike Hicks, he's a Keller Williams agent in Idaho. He is in a market of 100,000 people, and he does 600 transactions a year. And he does it mainly through all referrals through the promise. And basically what the promise script is this. Mr. Seller, I know we haven't worked together before, but here at the Mediette Dutoit team, we really try to ensure that you have an experience like you wouldn't believe selling real estate. And I know you've sold several houses, but we're really going to treat you right. And sometime between today and the day we close, because you're in the process of selling your house, you're going to run across a lot of people because it's top of mind who are thinking about buying or selling. And I would like to think that your experience is going to be so fabulous with us that you would not hesitate to refer those people to me. And if we get here on the closing date and you haven't referred anybody to me, I'm going to assume that I probably didn't do a great job for you, and I'm going to want to know what I could do better. Would that be agreeable to you? Of course they're going to say yeah. And so then at closing, you have the opportunity to basically say, well, Mr. Smith, I didn't get a referral from you, and I know you ran across people because people always do when they're in the process of selling their house. I guess, what could we have done better? How did I fail in this process? And of course, you didn't. It wasn't top of mind. But now you've shamed them, and you will get a referral within the next week. And that's also the time to finalize your request for a reference. And I say finalize because after the sale, they're so fed up with the real estate process. You know, they're not in it every day like you and I, and we live and breathe it, and it's in our blood. They want to be done with real estate, and they don't even want to hear from you again. And even if you did a great job and they love you, they're just, happy to be done with the process. And so nobody wants to go give a referral or a reference, a Google review or Zillow review after the fact. Ask for it before closing. Ask for it several weeks before closing. Oh, we got your house sold. We're through the inspection period. Wonder if I could ask you to give me a Google review or Zillow or whichever one you want to do. And if they don't, ask them again. So ask them 4 or 5 times between 2 weeks before closing and closing. You're more likely to get it in that window than you ever will get it after closing. So. Play with the numbers, contact to close. I don't know what they want us to do, to tell you the truth. Post-closure systems. I don't know what a post-closure system is, so let's see what they say. Dropping contacts with clients after closing. Okay, stay in touch with your sellers. We give closing gifts. We try to surprise and delight through the process. We randomly send them flowers, while we have a property listed. We'll randomly send them a bottle of wine. And then we try to give something meaningful after at closing to our sellers. If it's somebody that really loved their house, I'll give you an example. We had somebody who lived in Gulf Gate for 20 years and they're moving up to the Villages. And then, we're going to miss this house so much. We gave, and then we also saw they had a bunch of jigsaw puzzles. We gave them a jigsaw puzzle of their house. So they loved it. I mean, it's the best closing gift you could have ever given this couple. So, you try to pick up on clues of something that's, if they've got a dog they absolutely love, and they love puzzles. I've given puzzles of dogs. Whatever. There's just 100 different things, but, continue your rapport with the client. It's people sell every 5 to 7 years. They may move away. You may have sold their house and they're moving up to North Carolina. Guess what? A lot of the grass isn't always greener in North Carolina. They may be coming back. You want them to call you again. Stay in touch with them. We call everybody in our database at least 4 times a year, and everybody is contacted with emails or otherwise on our 36 touch. Ask for testimonials and reviews. That's what I just said. Do it before closing. Follow up. If you didn't get the review, find out what you did wrong. And be honest. Take it. Don't defend it. It's if that's how they feel, that's their perception. That's how they perceive the process. So, you know, it is how they feel, and that's how you made them feel. So, I wouldn't try to get in to defend what you did. Just take it what it is and don't do it next time. We talked about the 36 touch. You know, you can do newsletters to your clients. You can do, we find a reason to call our clients 4 times a year. We create client events. You know, Valentine's Day, we're giving away pizza and a bottle of wine. So we're calling all of our clients, you know, hey Scott, this is Mark. I'm just checking in with you, seeing how you're doing. Wanted to let you know that I know with COVID, a lot of people aren't going to be able to go out for Valentine's Day. And we're giving everybody an opportunity to have a pizza on us and a bottle of wine. We're going to be giving them out at our office on Friday the 13th, which is before Saturday the 14th, Valentine's Day. Love for you to come in. And by the way, have you heard of anybody thinking about buying, selling, or investing? That's my client call. And I do that once a quarter. So this quarter we're doing Valentine's Day, and we'll probably give away 100 pizzas and 100 bottles of wine. People just drive through, and it gives us a chance to meet them face to face again. We always get a deal or two out of that every quarter. And it's just, you're staying in front of them and doing things. Doesn't have to be expensive, you know. Hey, and how we do that, well, if you'd like to have a pizza and bottle of wine, I'll send you a link to this thing. I need you to fill out a little form, and the form gives me their name, address, their name, which we already have, of course, their name, phone number, email address, home address. Do they know anybody that's thinking about buying or selling in the next 12 months? Would they be interested in having a market analysis on their home? We ask them those 6 questions. They fill them out, and guess what? I'm able to put all that. Now my command is completely filled out correctly, right? Because I've got their home address. Oh, and we ask them their birthday, because the question is, oh, we like to help people celebrate their birthdays, so would you mind sharing your birthday with us? So I put all that stuff in, and so they fill it out, and we've got it. All right. So you guys have been through the gamut here on this. Write your version of a winner's day. Use I and make it as personal. Put a big heart on it. Describe your big life. Don't let fear get in the way. I will tell you, I only work with sellers. And the rest of my team here, that's the place to be. I don't work weekends. I don't put people in my car. I don't show houses. I go out Monday through Friday and I list a house. And because I've grown to the size that I have, other people go out and meet the photographer, pick pictures and everything else. And listings bring in buyers, especially in this market. You should get 2 buyers for every listing that you have. So go get listings, and it'll allow you the freedom to have a life worth living. In the meantime, as you're growing your business, it's going to allow you to bring in buyers too, and maybe another seller if you do your open houses correctly and sweep the front porch and show up with your sold sign, you know, and all that kind of stuff. So, any thoughts, questions, concerns?
I have a question. So when we're in the title process, you recommend dealing with an attorney as compared to a title company?
Absolutely.
Now, does KW offers like a list of attorneys there?
Yeah, I think we have 3 or 4 attorneys that are on our preferred vendor list. I use Michael Bell and Steve Greenberg. Steve Greenberg is kind of like my partner, Steve. He's done probably 35,000 transactions. He's I don't want to say the oldest, but the longest term closing attorney in town with iCard Merrill.
His daughter is Natalie.
Yeah, Natalie's taking over. You're very. Did you sit in his contracts class this morning?
Yeah, but not this morning because I was in an appointment. I did their contract classes, like 3 of them. I did a bunch of raise in the office. I attended all of them.
Attend every one of Steve Greenberg's contracts classes, every one of them. And I do. I probably do 3 times, 4 times a year. And I know contracts inside and out, but I learn something every time from him. The reason nobody's ever going to out-contract me is because of Steve Greenberg. So be as smart as me, yeah? Mm-hmm.
So price-wise, is it the same, pretty much?
Pretty much.
Being an attorney or
Mm-hmm.
dealing with an attorney?
Yeah.
And then the value fund, we have on the school, so they can maybe we get on the class.
You still with us, Brad?
Yep, I'm still here.
Any questions?
My wife skated for Ice Capade, so she's interested in that house you mentioned.
Well, you better get it. We're having an open house there tomorrow. And like I said, we've got 27 showings today. So.
Perfect.
That's how you got involved with Feld. Or that's how you met your wife, or both.
Yeah,
all right.
that's how I met my wife. And it's been wonderful.
It's a nice deer on the back behind you.
Oh, yeah, you can see everything now, can't you?
Yeah. Tilt it up. I want to see the rack.
Trying to get the angle right here so I can see.
Yeah, there we go.
Not too big, an 8-pointer.
All right. Nice. See, just like being here. All right. Any other questions, thoughts? My office is right down there. I don't mind helping people. You know, after my last CMA class, somebody asked me to help them walk through doing a market analysis on one of their listings. I'm happy to do that. So I love teaching, love to help. So don't hesitate.
Do you, how many of the CMA classes do you schedule, or is there another one on the books that's just not out yet, or do you know?
I don't know. They just call me, hey, can you do a CMA class, you know, next month? And I'll look at my calendar. If it's open, I do. So not sure when they've got one. Ask Nicole to put one on the books, and I'm sure she'll come knock on my door if there isn't one.
Okay.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. All right. Tell Nicole, she'll make it happen. She's dynamite. All right. Well, everybody have a wonderful weekend. How many sellers are we going to pick up this weekend? We need inventory. Get some more houses listed. We need it on the market. All right, guys. See you later, Brad.
Thank you, sir. Appreciate it.